journey for qualification resumes as the World Surf League arrives in Sydney, Australia for the second stop on the 2023 Challenger Series.
There's no gimmies on the Challenger Series. Every round is an elimination round.
With a rich history of competitive surfing, iconic North Narrabeen is back on the world stage to showcase its breathtaking beach breaks and the next generation of surfing superstars. 80 men and 48 women clash in pursuit of the same dream, getting one step closer to the WSL Championship Tour. For the world's most promising surfers, the quest continues here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Good morning, coming to you live from North Narrabeen here for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. This is the second stop on the Challenger Series. What a start we had up there on the Gold Coast. Incredible performances by those that came via the regional qualifiers, those that missed the cut, and the big performers on the Challenger Series last year. We're seeing the surfers make their way in. Some had a better time than others out there this morning in the pre-event warm-up sessions. They're always fun to watch, but we're here on the Harvey Norman host set. Ronnie Blakey, joined by a local legend, an absolute big wave monster, Laura Enova. Great to see you, Laura. Thank you for having us this week.
Thank you, guys. I mean, so good to have everyone down here back at home. And, you know, I've been doing a lot of watching on the couch. You guys and all the surfers obviously killing it the last few months. And, yeah, excited to be back.
It's going to be good. How are the eyeballs going? I know you had some surgery there.
Eyeballs back and ready to go. So, yeah.
Good.
Pulled out the stitch yesterday.
Okay, perfect. Ready to watch some good surfing then. Richie Lovett, Northern Beaches local, a former CT champ. How are you, Rich?
I'm doing really well, Ron. Thanks for having me back, mate. Stoked.
Oh, it's going to be awesome. Of course, the Sydney Surf Pro formerly was hosted by Manly Beach. You guys did a great job down there, Rich, but the move has been made and we're all pretty excited about it. So much surfing history at this location.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Manly's good, but I've got to say that North Narrabeen is the most consistent beach on the whole Northern Peninsula here. So we're set up for a great week of surf. I know you were going to agree with me on that one, Laura. But so much history here. And it's set up really well for this.
Take us back. I mean, we had the surf about in the mid-70s that was here, and all the greats won at this venue. But what was the first year that you came down and watched Championship Tour surfing?
Look, I have really fond memories of watching the Coke Classic down at Manly, but back up at Narrabeen here, I distinctly remember coming down and watching Bainey win.
Rob Bain.
Yeah, the great Bainey. He got that win in 1990, I think it was, and yeah, incredible surf that day.
Yeah, and we're looking to make some more history here, Laura. Of course, the last time we were here, it was a Championship Tour event. That was back in 2021. You were buzzing to have the greats here competing at your home break.
Yeah, it was so amazing. I mean, the whole club, North Narrabeen Board Riders, and the whole community loved having everyone here. And we had super fun waves. Gabriel Medina going to the alley rights, and remember Italo, all of those guys are doing huge airs, going to the moon. And, you know, we had really fun lefts on offer as well, but yeah, everyone just really flaring up here at Narrabeen.
Yeah, for all the goofies who are, you know, well, constantly complaining, really, that there's not enough lefts on the schedule, we're really happy to get on their forehand and show us what they could do. Both goofy-footed champs here, and you've got to wonder if that's going to be the case, because the regular footers had their way with it at stop one on the Challenger Series. It is a good mix-up, Rich, coming from a right to a predominant left, and I'm sure we're going to see them relish the opportunity out there.
Yeah, I think the goofy footers they're rubbing their hands together right now, and the way the swell's set up and the way the wind's set up, we're going to get these punchy lefts that are just going to stand up. You know, it's going to be really intense manoeuvres that the judges are going to want to see. For sure, the air game is going to come into play this week.
Oh, bring it on. We'll be talking about some of the contenders a little later in the show, but right now let's find out what's coming our way on the first day of the event window. Good morning, Stace Galbraith.
Good morning, Ronnie Blakey. How are you, mate? It's great to be here. Will, tours and competition, a busy morning for you, mate. What's the call?
Yeah, it's been a really interesting morning. We we got here nice and early, and we've been watching the surf for a while, and it's way better than we expected. But we've gone on hold. The next call is going to be at 8:30. We just want to be really sure that the wind doesn't swing around and all the conditions fall apart as soon as we call it on. So we're pretty confident that if conditions hold for the next hour or so, that we could see some heats run a bit later this morning.
And what goes on to making a call like this? Obviously, the surface interest and the best waves. What other considerations are there?
Yeah, I mean, the Challenger Series is such an important tour. There's qualification on the line, so we really want to provide a lot of opportunity. And while this morning there were some gems, was there enough surf for 4 surfers to get really good scores? Maybe, maybe not. So we're just going to keep a close eye on it. We had myself, Ty Sarati and Ben Lowe, the head judge, pretty robust discussion. But it looks really fun, and we just want to make sure that it's really good. And plus, the tide's going to drop over the next hour, which could make it get even better.
Thanks for your time. Looking forward to it. Thanks, Ron.
Thank you, Stace. Yeah, as you can see, there's plenty of swell out there at the moment. Just waiting to see that wind is expected to kick up, Rich.
Yeah, it is, and you can look at the charts all the time, all night long, all day long, and 99% of the time it's correct. But this morning it was a little different to what was actually predicted. The wind's gone a little bit more offshore and groomed the conditions. It's not quite as big as we thought it was going to get, so it is actually looking pretty contestable out there, so we could be on.
Now, we have seen a lot of big changes in the sport in recent times, so let's give you again a good idea of how the Challenger Series works this year. The top 10 men, the top 5 women will qualify for the 2024 Championship Tour. They're counting their best 4 results from the 6 events, 2 throwaways, so if you have a shocker somewhere, which obviously a few people did on the Gold Coast, they can turn it around. But yeah, each event, that draw's just brought down a little bit in numbers. 80 men, 48 women, so it's heavily stacked, Laura.
It is so heavily stacked, and you see the first round and then the round of 64 in the men's, and every heat you're just like, wow, this is it. They don't get a second chance. It's four in every heat, and it's sad to see people go home, but it's so exciting.
It is exciting, and the field incredibly deep, a lot of talent in the mix, and those regional qualifiers are obviously breeding some really good, strong talent.
Yeah, absolutely. Regional qualifiers. We've got the World Juniors as well in the event, and then of course the wildcards. So it is really stacked. Full international field. It's going to be a great week.
Well, we're going to take a quick break here, but when we return, we're going to have a look at the contenders on the women's side. Stay with us. Welcome back to the show. We are here at North Narrabeen for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. We're going to be on hold until 8:30, making a call whether we're going to get competition back underway here on the Harvey Norman host set. Ronnie, joined by Laura and Rich. And we just had such an amazing start to the Challenger Series with big performances. But it was a surprise to see India Robinson really fight her way through a stacked field, especially considering she overcame Steph Gilmore on her run.
Yeah, it was an amazing result for India Robinson. You know, she's sort of been out of action for a little while, dealing with a few personal issues, and she's back, and she's back in a big way. And she didn't have an easy road through this contest. You know, she had to beat the best in the world and did it in style with some really good foundational surfing power hacks and went all the way.
There's a reason why India, a former CT surfer, didn't really feature too heavily in anyone's picks. It's because she hasn't really been doing a whole lot of surfing, just trying to get herself right after suffering a concussion at the start of last season. But she's back on top of the world at the moment, sitting in the #1 position. Sawyer Lindblad too, her performance was brilliant, Laura.
Oh, all of the younger girls, I mean, coming through and just taking it to Steph Gilmore. I saw Sierra Kerr down there at the end, Ellie Harrison, you know, Luana Silva, Nixie Ryan, so many young guns coming through. But yeah, India Robinson, I loved how she just kept reflecting back to when Steph basically knocked her off the World Championship Tour last year. So yeah, to come back and take her
one
out
back to her.
and yeah, take the win was very special for her.
It sure was. Now, thinking about this venue, you know, do your picks change? And Sally Fitzgibbons, I think she's one that we're going to kind of be highlighting as a thread at every stop on the Challenger Series.
100%. I mean, Sally looked like she was in incredible form up on the Gold Coast, and coming down to these beaches here, this is her bread and butter. She comes up the coast a lot from, you know, down on the south coast and surfs Narrabeen, and we always see her out. So I think looking at Sally here, she is so deadly on her backhand. She's so well timed and just is not afraid to go right up into a big lip and into a big end section. So excited to see her, you know, compete here.
Yeah, she looks strong. You know, it must be tough for some of those younger competitors coming up against someone like Sally, who's got so many big CT wins and knows how to close out a contest. But in saying that, it was Sawyer Lindblad who got the jump on Sal up there on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, look, Sal's formidable. You know, she's one of the most tenacious and dogmatic competitors on the tour, and she's sort of where we expected her to be in the first event. We thought she was going to get right up there and get a fantastic result. If I had to, you know, think about her approach, her backhand is probably stronger than her forehand, I think. So coming down to Narrabeen, she could really be a threat in this event. But yeah, you're right. She got pushed by some of the youngsters up there, and I think it's a trend that's going to continue. They're hungry. These youngsters, they want it bad.
Yeah, some of those CT surfers that didn't survive the cut have some work to do. Yep. Isabella Nichols, but Macy Callahan, one surfer that we really expected to wrestle a good result out of that first event.
Yeah, I mean, Macy's so strong on her forehand, but, you know, coming down here, I think maybe the size of the waves up there maybe let her down, but, you know, she grew up on the Central Coast, which is not far from here, and, you know, surfing in these tricky beach breaks, this is where she comes to life, really. We saw her get a third over in Portugal, and that was the same sort of punchy left-handers, so... yeah, excited to see what Macy can do here.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. Well, we're going to take a quick break here, but we'll have a look at the men's contenders right after this. Yeah, the Surf Ranch is the next stop on the championship tour, and it's not too far away, end of the month. But here is a massive bonus for those surfers from that North American region. The top-rated men and top-rated women on the Challenger Series are going to get a wild card into the event. Now, on the men's side at the moment, you've got Crosby, Colapinto and Jet Schilling sitting equal third on the ratings, and Sawyer Lindblad has a massive advantage. She's sitting in second. Alyssa Spencer's sitting in ninth at the moment. But how good is that?
A little ticket to Disneyland.
Talk about turning the regions on each other. That's going to be a great fight for that spot in the Surf Ranch Pro. And, of course, you can get tickets still, so don't miss it. It's going to be a huge weekend, Memorial Day weekend.
Wow, big one. What an opportunity for the youngsters to get in there and have a bit of fun, push those, seasoned campaigners. Yeah,
it's going to be unreal. Talking about pushing the performance levels, Sammy Pupo came back and just established himself as, one of the strongest surfers, if not the strongest surfer on the Challenger Series this year. A lot of us made predictions, Rich, in the lead up to the event getting started, and pretty much everyone had Sammy Pupo at the top end of their prediction list.
Yeah, absolutely. How could you not? The guy's just on an absolute heater at the moment. His form is just pinpoint, and really had Zhao Chanka in his corner as well, just really backing up the performance. And you can see here at the top of the ratings and some real notable performances in that list.
Imai Kalani-Deval getting his first final in a major WSL event and getting to second on the Challenger Series rankings. He wants to get back on the CT.
Yeah, you really do. I mean, after that heartbreak of not making the cut last year, it's so good to see him back up here and, doing amazing. So it'll be cool to see what he can bring to North Narrabeen.
No one is going to have more support on the men's side than North Narrabeen's own Dylan Moffat. He came on the scene in this event. Back in 2021, it was the CT. He got a wild card, and he really impressed us.
Yeah, Dill is absolutely on fire at the moment, and we know the whole North Narrabeen board riders will be down making, with the pots and pans really, just making some noise. But Dill came out of the gates at the Rip Curl Pro and went absolutely huge. Look at that. Took it to Gabriel Medina. Unfortunately, he went down but in his heat, but he really showed the world, I'm here, and just missing out on qualifying by one spot last year, so he's right there.
He had a measured approach through his opening round heats, and then he came up against some of the big names and started throwing airs like that and making them stick. And ever since then, he's been a really aggressive, attacking, competitive surfer, and I expect to see more of it this week, Rick.
Yeah, absolutely. He's definitely on the rise, no doubt about it. As you said, he's going to have the hometown support, knows the wave really well. Let's also mention Geordie Lawler, local kid, who's obviously a former winner here at the Sydney Surf Pro, and then a couple of locals from just down the beach, Saxon Reaver and George Pitter as well. So they're going to have all the local support here, and it's going to be great to watch.
It's going to be fantastic to watch, and we're going to see big performances from some other surfers who surfed in that CT event. Reef Hazelwood has those big airs that he can call on, and we wouldn't be surprised to see him bring those to the party. So looking forward to it. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch. We're going to take a quick break here. We've still got so much to get through here on the WSL Dawn Patrol. Stay with us. The World Surf League would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the Kayamagal and Gadigal people and the country on which we gather here today. Pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging, and extend this acknowledgement to all First Nations peoples here today and joining us on the broadcast. You don't just feel it here on the northern beaches, you can see it. One of my favourite places to visit with the kids is over there in Ku-ring-gai National Park, the Red Hands Cave that are predicted to be there since, well, around about 2,000 years ago. So that history is right there, evident, and you can go check it out. And I strongly urge everyone to get behind it. 65,000 plus years of custodianship and connection to country. And it is a special place. We're going to have a call again here at 8:45 for a possible 9 a.m. start. Those surfers in those first heats, they'll be primed, they'll be ready to go. What goes through a surfer's mind, Laura, in the lead up to an event like this?
Yeah, I mean, a lot. I mean, everyone would have just packed their bags and come down from Snapper Rocks, you know, the next day and had a few days really to get to surf out Narrabeen. And there's been really fun waves. I know everyone's been really pumped up, loving getting to know the bank out there. There's a really fun bank at the moment. So I think all the surfers are feeling like there's a lot of waves and opportunity, and they're excited.
It's going to be different. They had beautiful conditions here yesterday, but you've got to adapt on the Challenger Series because you don't know what you're going to get each day when you rock up to these events. But here is the schedule for 2023. The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro is done. Great champions crowned there, and now we're here at North Narrabeen. But looking forward to what the entire season brings, Rich.
Yeah, look, it's set up really well for the Challenger Series. Then after this event, little break, and then we're off to South Africa, Bolito Pro, where, again, predominantly a right-hander, but you never know. And it's traditionally been a really exciting event. And then obviously the big one, the US Open of Surfing, the Circus at Huntington Beach there. And then we head to Europe, to Irasira, another long point break, similar to sort of Bells in the setup, and then an exciting finish at the Saquarema Pro in Brazil, where it's just going to be madness, fan madness.
Oh, man, it's going to be huge. They're going to turn out in force, no doubt. But let's have a look at the surfers that really need to bounce back after not really delivering at that first stop on the Challenger Series. Some real talent fell out of the mix in the early rounds.
Yeah, I was kind of shocked to see Kolohe go out so early. You know, we were expecting him to come onto the Challenger Series, just kind of wipe the floor with everyone and start his campaign back onto the Championship Tour. But it didn't happen. But certainly he'll be taking a lot of inspiration from Jet Schilling and Crosby, who did very well up there, part of that whole 2% crew. So, you know, he'll be fired up for this one for sure.
He will, yeah. Morgan Siblick's going to be another one. Obviously, last time he was here, it was the Championship Tour event. He knocked out John. He gave Gabriel Medina a fantastic push. So that'll be fun to watch as well. But on the women's side, there is some of those surfers that didn't survive the cut that need to step up here at stop 2.
Yeah, for sure. Just like Kolohe, Isabella Nichols, I think we had our eyes on her, you know, being sort of local up there at Snapper Rocks and really strong on her forehand and just not really being able to get the job done. So I think Isabella will be coming here. Also Maisie Callahan, they need big results to try get back on top.
For sure.
Yeah, it's going to be intense, isn't it? I think on the women's side for me too, you know, there's a lot of surfers that didn't make the cut, but also last year then didn't regraduate back to the Championship Tour, and they look strong. They look even a little bit more fired up and sort of more determined, I think you could say, or maybe comp ready than those surfers who just missed the cut recently. Not as much emotion going through their minds maybe, but Luana Silva surfed brilliantly up there.
She was on fire up there, a real improver. But, you know, these newcomers are coming in so hot and so ready, and, you know, they've got stars in their eyes. They've got their dreams and goals to achieve. And, you know, the CTers, they're coming off a bit of a downer as well, so they need to pick themselves up. So a lot going on between the years, and it really is. Mental strength has got a lot to do with this.
What's it going to take here, Laura, to break through for the win?
I think it's just really getting to know the lineup out there. You know, a lot can change at North Narrabeen. You have to adapt. You know, rips might come out, and you know, you just need to really know the lineup and just really attack these waves and put up big scores.
Yeah, we know we're going to see some tricky conditions at times, but that sandbar's in beautiful condition. But I think it's going to take a really complete performance, big individual turns. I think it's that that's what we can expect
Yeah.
at this venue. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch. It's been great to chat with you guys. And Rich, you'll get more chances to
I
talk.
know.
Don't worry about it. But we're going to have a call at 8:45 for a possible 9 a.m. start. Until then, enjoy your time.
So free surfers, if you're still out there, you guys will need to make your way in. We're going to be starting really soon, so about 7 minutes. So free surfers, if you can, just start to make your way in, please. And maybe any surfers that are out there, just wave your hands so you can hear me. If you can hear the speakers, just put your arm up in the air. So we'll be starting in about 5 minutes or so. So any free surfers that are left out there, please make your way in. We're going to be starting pretty soon.
The journey for qualification resumes as the World Surf League arrives in Sydney, Australia for the second stop on the 2023 Challenger Series.
There's no gimmies on the Challenger Series. Every round's an elimination round.
With a rich history of competitive surfing, iconic North Narrabeen is back on the world stage to showcase its breathtaking beach breaks and the next generation of surfing superstars. 80 men and 48 women clash in pursuit of the same dream, getting one step closer to the WSL Championship Tour. For the world's most promising surfers, the quest continues here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Welcome back. This is the second stop on the Challenger Series, the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. So good to be back here at the iconic North Narrabeen, sitting alongside two of the Northern Beach's finest here on the Harvey Norman host set. Ronnie Blakey with Laura Anaver and Richie Lovett. Rich, you're excited.
I am, mate. I'm stoked. I didn't think we were actually going to get underway today, so a pleasant surprise. Waves are kind of fun.
Yeah, Laura, plenty of swell out there in the lineup and a fun morning watching the best warm up out there.
Yeah, well, we knew that southerly buster was hanging around the lineup, so we were just hoping that it wasn't going to come in, and it looks really fun out there. All the surfers have been out there this morning and just saying, you know, it's super contestable. There's waves, there's swell. Yeah, they're all really pumped to get out there.
It's going to be fun to watch, Rich. Of course, 6 stops on the Challenger Series. You get 2 throwaways, and some people obviously after stop number 1 are already probably thinking, well, there's 1 throwaway gone and now I've got to turn things around here. And usually it's those lower seeds starting here in the opening round.
Yeah, it's you know, it's go time. There's really not a lot of chances when you think about it on the Challenger Series. 6 stops and only 4. You can't wait. You can't ease into this. This is not a marathon. This is kind of a sprint. You know, get a wriggle on, let's go. But yeah, pressure's on for those that didn't get a result up on the Gold Coast. It's really time to go now.
Stacey's down there. Stace, we've been watching conditions very closely. What's the plan?
Indeed we have, Ron. I'll chuck it over to Will for the call.
Yeah, we're starting at 9:05. We've got the men's round of 80 in the water. We've got some heats on standby for the first round of the women's and the next round of the men's. The wind has actually just swung around, and so it's looking pretty unlikely that we will go into the women's or the men's next round. But we're just going to have a real hard look at these first couple of heats and see what the plan is for the day.
Thanks, Will. Thanks, Ron.
Good on you guys. Yeah, looking out there at the moment, you can see that there's plenty of texture on the surface of the water. That wind's kicked up in a pretty big way. However, it's going to bring I think an attacking approach into the picture, because there'll be less room to maybe thread combos together, and those big individual turns, like we saw on the Gold Coast, can score really well.
Yeah, it is all going to be about those big statement turns. It was fun actually watching the warm-up, because to be honest with you, there was a lot of guys falling off. They were trying to work the line out, and it was kind of shifting around a little bit, and you could see everyone was trying to already just go for broke and put those big stamps on the waves. So it'll be interesting to see when the hooter actually goes, who can just settle into it and really bring their game. But that wind has puffed up a little bit. We were waiting for it all morning, but there's swell, which is great. There's going to be swell all week as well. So yeah, we'll get this round going and see what happens.
One thing we know about this venue, Laura, we're tucked up in the northern corner. It's a huge beach, so that swell really does angle in here pretty nicely. But there just seems to be a concentration of energy at North Narrabeen. It's got plenty of punch.
It really does. I mean, the Narrabeen Lake runs out in the northern corner, and it just creates this beautiful sandbank that it picks up so much swell. Some other waves around here could be 2 foot, and then Narrabeen's 6 foot. It's just, it's a swell magnet. It's why people say it's one of the most consistent breaks on the East Coast, and it's always something to surf. And I think, when you're from Narrabeen, you just don't surf anywhere else. You surf here when it's onshore, when it's offshore, when it's side shore. You'll just surf it at all conditions.
The other thing to note too, when the swell is from the south, there's actually a bombora that sits off the break here a couple of 100 yards out, and that actually jacks the swell up as well. So in a south swell, these faces do stand up right on that inside section, but it's kind of gnarly. The tide's running out all day until midday, and we're going to see some chunky end sections, and our surfers are really going to have to go for it. I've seen three broken boards and 2 creases this morning already, so that gives you an idea of just how much punch this break has.
So looking at the lineup here in the opening round, and we're going to see Northern Beaches surfer George Pitto had some good moments up there on the Gold Coast out there in the red. Leo Casal, Brazilian surfer, but has spent a lot of time out here in Australia, especially on the Gold Coast. He'll be out there in the blue. Sheldon Simkus gets the call up once again. He's going to be out there in the white. And then we've got Michael Dunphy, who's a veteran campaigner on the qualifying series, done a couple of years on the Challengers as well. And he's going to be out there surfing in his first Challenger for the season in the green. So great lineup. Once again, no dud heats through these Challenger series events. We've already, whittled down the field in the different regions on the qualifying series. We're going to see our first ride of the morning. It's going to be Dunphy up and running, the 32-year-old driving up into the bowl. Nice hook off the top, bit of foam on the face, no dramas as he finishes this one off, stays on his feet.
Well, that was really well done by Dunphy. He actually took off on one of those first waves and fell on the takeoff. So to come and reposition further in and find that double up on the inside, that was the best case scenario out of a fall.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll just check the replay here. So taking off in the whitewash, Dunphy sees something down the line, little check turn just to get himself into position. Now he hammers it off the top, nice and tight on the backhand, and goes early for that final section, which was really smart. Get that coat hanger effect of this south swell just standing up, coming at you.
Super hard wave to surf with all that froth on the face, but he just navigated that really, really well then.
Yeah, you can see that wind. It is starting to puff up a little bit, and that's a better angle when we're looking south now. So you can see that those chops are coming through the wave and creating these ridges. So our competitors are really going to have to work on their timing. The lip lines are going to be uneven. And yeah, challenging.
Michael Dunphy really accomplished when you look at his results on the qualifying series. It's here in the Challengers where he wants to start collecting you know, big finishes to try and get to that top end of the ladder. Missing that first event means he's got a bit of ground to make up. But a very popular surfer amongst his peers. We've seen him get the call up to a championship tour event. That was back in 2021 at the Surf Ranch. Had a 17th there. As we now see in the white, Sheldon. Maybe the first left he's had this year. A couple of hits on this one. And he gets swamped by that white water. So much like the end section at Main Break Margaret River, here with this south swell ridge, you're going to have that, you know, shallow sandbar on the inside, making it really difficult to finish those turns off.
Yeah, I think we said the word convergence about 400 times when we were over at WA, but it's so true. You know, you get this this sandbar peeking out the back at Northie, as we just see the replay here of Sheldon. Just gets a little caught up on that first turn, tidies it up on the second, gets under the lip, and then just late to the party on the third one. And that southerly direction just angles right in. It sort of peaks up out the back, doesn't it, Laura? And then it meets that oncoming section with a bit more angle on it down the line. Really hard to navigate through.
Yeah, it really does. And, you know, south swells are generally harder swells here at Narrabeen. You know, we always look for that east swell, the northeast swell, so it runs down the bank. But I think, you know, the good thing about south swells, like you've said, we're going to see these big end sections, and big end sections mean big manoeuvres. So there's a plus side to it. Yeah, that wind right now, it makes it really hard to navigate the bump. So these surfers will just have to find the smoothest waves they can. Looks like those inside ones are, you know, they're having the least amount of wind affected on them. So that'll be the go.
Yeah, I'm predicting we're going to see a huge air laid down at some point today. You know, it's slingshotting the competitors into that final section. That wind's howling. Help stick the board to your feet, as we see Leo Casal there go down on that first turn.
And just adapting right now, you know, these surfers have just been watching for the last couple of hours, and the wind, it didn't kick in yet. We thought, you know what, maybe this wind is just going to not show up today and back off, but right before they paddled out, it's puffed up, and they've all had to probably run back to their coaches and come up with a different game plan.
Yeah, it was different this morning during the warm-up. A little bit smoother, so immediately our contestants are out there and they're facing something new, something different. So, you know, adaptation, a key part of this morning, and they're going to have to figure it out. But, you know, 4 men enter, 2 men will leave, you know, so you've got to be one of those top 2 scorers. You know, your heat's on. You need to just figure out a way to get through, and there's still really contestable waves, plenty of swell, plenty of opportunity for everyone. So, you know, really, no excuses.
Something standing up on the outside here. Looks like George Pittar's going to get into this one. Seen a lot of his forehand just looking so sharp. That was the weapon he used to make his way to the top end of the regional qualifying series ranks. Looks like he's pretty handy on the backhand too, Rich. Yeah,
no, his backhand is definitely a good asset. Some would say his forehand is his magic, but he's been working on that backhand approach. Definitely some really good swells down at Manly the last couple of months, coming out of the east and north, and that's when the lefts really fire up down there. So, yeah, it's an element to his game that he's been working on hard, and, yeah, starting to pay off.
So we're waiting on a bunch of numbers to come through. We saw Sheldon up again there for a moment. And the score's starting to drop, but let's take another look at George's ride here, Laura.
Yeah, love his flow on this one, and just sort of waiting for this to wall up on the inside. Nice hit there, throws a bunch of spray and gets up there early to finish off, and that was really hard section. He did so well with that. Love that first turn. He's just timed it really nicely, and this was so hard to do, but he knew he had to get up before that big explosion of whitewash, and he did it well.
His speed in transition's impressive to me, even on the forehand. I love how tight to the bowl George surfs. Even on that occasion, less focused on the end section down the line, and really just sticking those backhand hits right up there in the most critical part of the wave. 5.17 is the reward. The judges picking up on that really deep bottom turning approach, I think.
Yeah, it's in today's conditions, it's actually going to be really hard to make it look smooth, as we see up and riding here
Oh, it's a good-looking
Leo.
wave for the Brazilian, who's been a little slow to get going in this one. Had a couple of magic heats up there at Snapper Rocks. But this wave just gets a little ugly toward the end. He does well to stay on his feet. So I was just going to say, Laura, a few less CT surfers, active CT surfers entering the draw here, which has opened the door for surfers like Michael Dunphy, who maybe just finished outside those qualifying positions on the regional ranks.
Yeah, I mean, good for the surfers in here to not have to go up against those CT surfers. And yeah, as we see Leo right here, he had so much speed in that first section, and just weaving through here, you can see so much water moving on this inside, but he just wants to get the finish and he rides out, which was well done by him. But yeah, less CT surfers in the mix means...
Yeah, I think more. Well, it obviously means that, you know, they're not going to get in the way of that qualification process, which I like. But also, you know, I think we've just got CT caliber surfers, you know, really hungry for results here on the Challenger Series. So, you know, it was interesting to see, I think, their extra motivation coming up against those active CT surfers at stop 1 on the Challenger Series. Not too many of them went a long way through the draw. Stephanie Gilmore was kind of the one story that made it to finals day, really.
Yeah, and Steph sort of did it in a canter as well. She wasn't really at full pace. And on the men's side, you know, there was a couple of notables there, like, you know, Nat Young and Zeke Lau didn't really go deep into the event.
Yeah, but they're campaigning now. Like,
Yeah.
we're talking about active CT
Yeah,
surfers.
I mean,
they all got bumped pretty early.
Joel had his probably worst result of the year.
Yeah, ninth.
Yeah.
Joe and Connor O'Leary. So, yeah, it's Kai Belly too.
Yeah.
None of them really made that many inroads. But in saying that, you know, it's opened the door for some people who might get into more Challenger Series events as the year rolls on, but they're already making up ground.
I feel like this next wave of surfers coming through the Challenger Series and the regional qualifiers at the moment are so exciting. I mean, it's a whole new range of surfers that we get to watch. And so you see Leo here doing a huge one big turn. Just the, you know, fresh blood coming through. So it's from all regions.
Yeah, it's felt like there's a cast of competitors, you know, even when you look at the rankings at the moment on the men's side, that are ready to claim their place at the top and push for a spot on the CT. As we see this one move from Leo, and you've got to be thinking that's going to score well. There's been a lot of kind of just chipping away at these waves, trying to find a flow on them, but that was the first time we've seen a surfer in full attack mode.
Yeah, big critical turn on that end section, and he was a little further down the bank there. So there's sort of two spots, isn't there, Laura? That peak right out the back, which is actually going to break more and more, where that one is just feathering now, or this inside, you know, bowl, which is pretty treacherous. But here we go. Here we go, Shelley.
A little slicing backhand hit off the top there. That's all he's going to juice out of that wave. But it's a full mindset shift, isn't it, after being there at Snapper Rocks, where you're looking for waves that are going to provide, you know, multiple opportunities to flow moves together. You come here to Narrabeen, and a turn like Leo's might put you well ahead of the field. Less turns and just, you know, more attack on and risk on the end section.
Yeah, listening to the post-heat interviews up at Snapper, you know, people were, you know, trying not to take off on waves because it's hard to let go of a, you know, perfect snapper wall. But, you know, on a day like here at Narrabeen, you just need to find those big sections and any scoring opportunity.
Yeah, it's interesting, you know, when just a good, hearty closeout can give you the number that you need, Rich. And we've just seen that from Leo. He dropped a 4.2, just one turn. It's not the highest number of the heat, but it's got him in the lead at the moment.
Yeah, well, he'd be thinking, you know, okay, I did that, so maybe if I can string 2, even 3 turns together and finish strongly, then that's going to be a big score. So slowly starting to figure out this riddle that the judges, you know, really want to see. And Well, at Snapper, they made it clear as well. Those big, major critical turns, they were going to pay them off. But definitely, you touched on it, there's a different pace to this. You know, there's a timing and a flow up at Snapper with those waves. It was a little bit softer. You know, this is really punchy. You know, these waves are really cupping out on the inside. And you see these guys, they're falling off sometimes because they're just not used to this power yet. They're still trying to figure it out.
Just on 16 and a half minutes to go, as we see on the outside. Surfers having a look. And it's George Pitta that's going to get going here, climb this first section. Really quick, does well to find the open face again. There's a quality turn. Nice and high in the pocket there. Getting a few opportunities on this wave. It's getting a little messy now, and he goes down on that final section. We'll see a replay after a Bonsoy brew break. 16 minutes to go. The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of the WSL Australia. By Destination New South Wales, official strategic sponsor of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. By Harvey Norman, official lifestyle destination of the WSL Australia. And by Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of the WSL Australia. Welcome back to the show. We love our time here in New South Wales. And yeah, this place is much like the Gold Coast, you know, in some ways. It just has so much to offer in addition to some really fun beaches. We've got a strong southerly wind blowing at the moment, and we have George Pitta up just hanging on for a finish there. 13 and a half minutes to go. And he is starting to build nicely. He's got a couple of mid-range scores. That one might be his best. It was a bigger, taller wall. But the judges, they really do pay attention to those finishes. Rich, did he show enough control there? I mean, he rode it for a while.
Yeah, he did. Laura and I both looked at each other and we were like, did he make that? But let's have a look. So, first turn, nice hit off the top here, and this second turn really is the big one. And you can see he was just on his heels there a little bit. I would have liked to have seen him spend just another half to 1 second.
Yeah, me too. I think he might have needed to just transition that weight onto the front foot and maybe get a bit lower and really make a statement of finishing that. So I guess we'll see what the judges think. But yeah, it looks like he picked that wave up on the way back out, which is the beauty of Narrabeen. Just be able to find those inside waves that'll come through. Sometimes the sets will shift wide and then you can pick them up paddling back out. So yeah, looked like he picked that up with fourth priority.
And I'm seeing the numbers roll through. It looks like he's going to get credit for that finishing turn as well, as we see Leo up now. Already showed us where his head's at this morning. He's in attack mode. You can see how much water's moving out there at this point in the day, as Michael Dunphy, he really does get low and lets the judges clearly know that he's got control at the end of that ride after a tricky end section. So waiting on some numbers to roll through here at the moment. Let's get an update on the conditions with Stace.
Thanks, Ron. Down here with an Oakberry conditions update. And as you mentioned, that wind has picked up from the south. But as you can see, the level of talent these surfers have, the crazy exchange there between Georgie Pitta and Michael Dunphy. It's probably only 4 to 5 feet, maybe some 6-footers on the face, but there's 10 to 12 foot of energy out there. That end section is super hard to deal with, and the boys are doing well this morning.
Yeah, they sure are. Stace, does it change who the favourites might be on a day like today to progress through to that next round when that wind kicks up?
Yeah, I think so. Like you mentioned earlier, Ron, it kind of takes out that flow factor and really puts an emphasis on single manoeuvres. So those surfers that have got plenty of courage and the talent to be able to hit this big end section, I think they're the surfers that are going to do really well today.
We love it. Stays there with the Oakberry surf conditions report as we go to some replays now. Michael Dunphy. How was the amount of water moving then in the foreground, and you could tell it was slurping up the face, and he dealt with it beautifully.
He really did. All that water drawing up, but that's what you want to see when you get to that inside section. Just a big, nice bowl that you can. It was quite clean, you know, considering there was a lot of foam on it. He knew he had a big section there to go to work on.
And the numbers coming through for Dunphy, a 6, but the big score dropped for George Pitta, and it was a 7.83. Really, a lot of credit, I think, for that finishing move. He placed it beautifully. He moved some water and fell out of the sky. And, you know, if you're in a free surf, that's typically where my mind goes to. You know, what moves, even that you do yourself, would you call complete? How long do you ride a wave after you give a section a good belt?
Yeah, no, you're right. It's they obviously paid it off and said, yep, he made it. It was clearly the best two-turn combination done in the heat so far. Straight to the bottom, up to the top, and then he repeated it again, and that last section was really critical, cupped out, just completely bottomed out on him that wave, and he was able to make it down. So, yeah, you know, if you're in a free surf, you probably would have just let it go, just where he did as well. So here's the replay. So bang, hammers it off the top. Now look at this thing starting to cup out. George just tags the lip, comes down, perfect timing, just in front of it.
Yeah, from that angle you can see that he, you know, was in the flats, and just this timing to get straight back up there and tag that, like you said, Rich, just perfectly timed.
Well, this is where, you know, completion gate started.
Italo
had his heat. He would have been watching that one saying, I'm not so sure he rode out of it. I didn't get credit. But, you know, it's something that I think the judging panel really started to pay attention to when you'd see people stick a big move, as in particular, and kind of not have that momentum, that forward momentum. That was what they were really paying attention to. You've lost momentum, you're stuck in the foam, and you're not reconnecting with that wave. And I don't think you could say that about George's wave there. There was forward momentum, and you know, there was an element of control there. So it's got him the lead at the moment, and it's a pretty healthy lead. He's got Michael Dunphy chasing him in second spot. But Dunphy won't be too concerned about where he finishes in the top 2 as long as he's progressing at this stage. Sheldon Simkus didn't get the big result that he was after on the Gold Coast, the former finalist up there at Stop 1 this season. He doesn't want to drop the ball in this one. He's after a 5.48, and Leo Casal after a 5.81 showed us what he can do on one big section. He'll be after a nice combination. And I guess that is, you know, really what we're looking at here today. Although the conditions are a little tricky with that strong southerly breeze, there's still the opportunity out there for 2 big hits, which means you could see some excellent scores drop.
Yeah, there's these nice little pockets. You just got to find them. And you can see Sheldon way out the back on that outside peak. He's waiting for something special, and you can get caught out there. You can get a little bit out of rhythm when there's stuff going on the inside, and your competitors are dropping big scores, and you're hearing them. You're going, what am I doing sitting out here? You're like, am I in the wrong spot? So it is traditionally known as the guinea pig heat, first heat of the day, and our competitors coming up will be watching this with an eagle eye.
See Leo too down a little separate, sitting on that inside section, which is always going to be a good option out here when you're in 4th priority, or with no priority, I should say. And yeah, we'll see if Leo can find some room to move.
Yeah, I remember down at back at the Narrabeen CT event, people would you know, head down the beach and just find that space between their competitors, and just anything could pop up and you can change your heat and get some sort of, you know, big ugly closeout and either do one big air, one big turn. And Leo, you know, he has that confidence knowing I got a 4.2 for one turn before. If I can, you know, get 2 of those in, he'd be up in the excellent range. So it is that little thing that you have in your back pocket.
The thing I was going to say, Rich, about, you know, iconic events that have a lot of competitive history is, you know, that honour roll sort of carries over. And Narrabeen staged some amazing pro events back in the day. Mark Richards won in '76 on the Northern Beaches. But, you know, Narrabeen became a fixture in 1990. You said it was really one of the first major surf events that you came along to that had a big impact on you. Rob Bain getting a victory that season on the men's side.
Yeah, I do remember, you know, earlier years down at the Coke Classic at Manly when Damien won in '87 to clinch the world title. And then watching sort of Pops and those guys do it in years after. But the first one here at Narrabeen, the Bainey win, when the waves were absolutely firing that year. I also think about Brad Gerlach on his backhand. It was small. The wind was exactly like it was today, howling out of the south, and Brad was just on an absolute heater. Todd Holland as well had success out here. And then Kelly got on a bit of a roll too. And that famous matchup with Kelly and Shane Herring, that final here that year where Shane got the nod, was pretty special too.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see who joins that incredible cast of winners of major events here at North Narrabeen. Of course, we're only in the first heat, so we've got to get a full look at the field in this opening round, and then as we move into that seeded second round, before we start sort of highlighting who might be a favourite to go on to get the victory here. But 5 minutes to go here. We've got the 5-minute warning courtesy of NRMA. And we've got some movement here on the outside. And it's George up again, the heat leader. On point with his timing, reading these tricky sections incredibly well here at the moment.
Yes, I would say that George has completely worked out this lineup this morning. You know, Sheldon's been sitting out there for quite some time now with priority, and George is picking up those wide insiders that are just hitting that bank really nicely.
Yeah, great wave choice from George. He's finding these little insiders, and they got some green face on it. And I also love just how tight in the pocket he's staying. Just this beautiful figure-8 motion that he's drawing on the backhand. Tight up in the pocket, back down into the, you know, off the lip and back into the pocket, and then straight off the bottom again. Got a great flow in conditions where flow is really hard to achieve.
Yeah, it's like coming out of each turn with more speed, and that's what you want.
4 minutes remaining here. And George Pittar with a number on the way. But let's have a look at the heat recap, courtesy of Harvey Norman. And he's just been on. He's had a number of rides, George, and he's making them count.
Yeah, it's that big, solid turn that he's been focusing on. He's been finding these little gems. So this was that high scorer in the sevens, tags it. His finishing turn, super critical. The judge is paying it off.
Michael Dunphy here just finding a nice insider as well, and this was his 6-point ride. Just getting 3 turns here, finishing off and just pushing through this foamy section, holding on for dear life there. Another one of George's waves coming through. Just the speed and the tightness of his backside snap is undeniable right now.
Yeah, 5.83 for George on that one, so increases the requirement for Michael Dunphy, who's after a 7.67. Sheldon's still back in 3rd place after a 5.48, and Leo Casals after a 5.81. Well, George, Rich, you've watched him evolve as a competitor. This is his first crack at the Challenger Series. He had some moments up there at Snapper Rocks, but got a little in his own head after the loss. How did he regroup for this one?
Mate, he actually did it pretty well and pretty quick. You know, we had a chat and he was like, "Whoa, man, I just can't believe how hard it is to get a 7." You know, and I just said, "Yeah, man, it's this is the big leagues now. You got to step up." So he's been focusing on bringing bigger turns, putting a big stamp on it, trying to reduce the chatter in between, and it looks like it's really paying off. Here we go, live action with Leo. Goes down again.
Feels so good when you know you're chasing that excellent score and you know you just can't get it for a while in events, and then you finally crack it. So you know George will be coming in just feeling elated that he's cracked that excellent score.
Right. 7s aren't just hard to come by in Challenger Series events. Surfing a board riders event. The paddle's cruel, mate. Oh, that was a nice bit of flair from Sheldon on the end of that ride. And keeping in mind, he's only after a 5.48. But there's been some pretty solid sections that people have hit out there today.
Yeah, a little slopey that wave from Shelley. He did some great surfing, though. Got the drift off that backhand hit.
That was such a tough one for Shelley, you know, waiting for so long with priority. I saw him moving down the bank after, you know, hearing George dropping, you know, mid-5s, and that's obviously what he's after. So repositioning in the lineup, see if he'll get another opportunity.
Leo just looking a little desperate there on the inside, a wave that was never going to provide the score. So it's almost taking himself out of position, but looking to take a chance on an insider there. 35 seconds to go in the first heat. The opening round here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. And a former finalist in a Challenger Series event finds himself outside of a qualifying position for that next round. Sheldon Simkus, only after a 5.48.
Yeah, this heat's just flown by. It feels like time's gone double speed. But George will be happy with this one. And Shelley, well, he's got work to do here. If this score doesn't come through, it's going to be a horrible start to his campaign through the Challenger Series in Australia.
He also didn't qualify regionally on the regional QS to get himself onto the Challenger Series. So he really needed to make the most of these opportunities because he doesn't know how many he's going to get as we move through the schedule. So it's a heat win for George Pitar here, and the Northern Beaches fans, they'll be making some noise for George. And Michael Dunphy, the veteran campaigner, hangs on for second place. We're going to take a quick break here. The opening round will continue right after this. So good to be back here in New South Wales for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Destination New South Wales, getting behind the event once again. I just love flying into Sydney, the gateway for visitors to our country and home to three of the most iconic symbols of Australia around the world. The Sydney Opera House, of course, the Harbour Bridge and the harbour. It's just one of the most beautiful harbours in the world, one of the cleanest. And then you round the corner and you get onto the northern beaches, and there's just a number of great setups that you can check out, and probably none more consistent than what we're looking at right now, North Narrabeen. And even in a strong southerly, it's providing some opportunities for these rising talents as we get stuck into the second heat of the morning. And this is a solid one, a great lineup here. We've got Jean-Marc Tacong from the Philippines. Had a couple of great heats up there on the Gold Coast. Connor Slipen, the South African. Guillermo Sats, who's chasing the Challenger Series, the slab charger for the first time from Chile. And Sheldon Paishon, the surfer from Hawaii, who's going to have obviously a lot of eyeballs watching him. Just such an amazing story that he's got, turned into a documentary by Mason Ho. I think one of my favourite surf documentaries ever.
Yeah, I went and watched it last year in Hawaii, and it was absolutely amazing. Sheldon's story is so inspiring. He's just Sheldon through the doggy door, that one is, and yeah, it's really a really cool watch. And as we see,
inspiring.
White.
Here we go, Guillermo Sat. He'll be comfortable in this extra juice and just shows everything at the final section, charged into it, but just got absolutely annihilated.
Yeah, that was a crazy end section. You could see it was the lip was already coming down. He went, you know what, I'm going to have a stab at this thing, and threw it up there. It's the power of this swell.
The wave was sort of 60% broken when he threw his board up onto that section. He just got absolutely swatted like a blowfly on the Christmas lunch. 25 minutes to go here. So the opening round, you know, it's remarkable to see how quickly the competitors figure a tricky lineup out. Even this morning when they were warming up, this wind hadn't yet kicked in. Sheldon just ducks under that one. It actually barreled over the top of him. Got his board out of the path of that thick lip.
Yeah, I'm not even sure how long Sheldon's actually been in the country. It would have been a fairly late call-up, I think. And just getting used to these conditions here. This was Guillermo. Tags that one. And this is that final section where he just threw everything at it, wasn't able to get through it. Sheldon's wave. A snap to start things off. Good flow at this opening stage of the ride. Just looking for some greener face. And that wave just, wow, hits that bank. Detonates.
Now that sand is packed in so hard at the moment. It's been a build-up after that last big swell in all the northern corners along the beaches, as we see Sata again just throwing his board up onto that final section.
He might have got a little uppercut there to the chin, maybe.
Maybe a trip to the dentist, the Savo. I know a few.
You know a few dentists?
Yeah, I had braces when I was kids.
Seriously? There we go. Guillermo Sat on the replay. Let's see what goes wrong at the end of this wave. So tricky to read.
It just doubles up here, and then he just completely loses it. Watch the slow-mo. Yeah, that fully connected. So that was a solid left jab to the jaw. We hope he's all right. He looks like he's paddling back out.
Dust it off, mate. Back out there.
Wow. Yeah, I was going to say before, there's been a real build-up of sand. It's packed in hard here, and you know, a good indicator of just how shallow the sandbar is and how much punch there is how much sand's getting churned up out there, and you can see it. You can see it on those end sections. Even when Sheldon jumped off on his wave. It's bottoming out. There's not a lot of water there.
Yeah, it's super shallow at the moment. You can see the sandbank there, and even, you know, the little lagoon in front. This tide is dredging out. We'll see a low at 12.
Oh,
Yeah,
look.
We've still got a couple of hours, 2.5 hours or something until low tide, so things will get really interesting there. Wow, that was squared up right on the jaw. Seems to have, you know, shaken it off okay.
He's all right. He's
Adrenaline
tough.
at the moment.
Well, we're used to seeing him chase big waves and thick barreling waves, so it'll be no dramas for the Chilean, who's out in front at the moment with a 4 and a 2.13. Let's hear from the winner of the first heat of the morning, and no doubt he's buzzing, competing on home shores. Here's Stace.
Yeah, no doubt, Ron. Home shore's questionable, though. George, how you feeling up at North Narrabeen, son? You welcomed?
Not sure about that. I've spent a bit of time up here, and it's hard to get a wave, but I respect that this is our wave, and, you know, I just bottom feed down the end. But no, I spent a little bit of time up here trying to go left a fair bit because I've just been going right for like 3 weeks. So yeah, been coming up here a little bit, and I know it was nice to kind of get a couple of that heat. Yeah, it felt nice.
Michael Dunphy mentioned to me out there he'd rather break his leg than fall off on that end section. You must have been hanging on for dear life on that 783.
Yeah, I like put it up there. I was like, I need to do something because I don't know about this first turn. And then I hit it. I was like, oh, falling out of the sky. But yeah, I kind of managed to kind of wrangle it. I don't know. Zay was saying they weren't going to give me it for riding out, but I thought I did. But anyway, yeah, I was happy.
Yeah, I thought you did enough, mate. Talk to us about the pressure at competing close to home and having all the friends and family down here watching you.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit of added pressure, but I guess you kind of just got to harness it and just appreciate everyone for coming down and knowing that you've surfed this way before and it's just like a normal heat, and kind of just, I don't know, I guess trying to just have fun with it and like just be happy that I'm here.
On fire, George. Well done. Thanks, Ron.
Thank you, Stace. Yeah, he's on fire. Yeah, a resident of the Northern Beaches, but, you know, sometimes being from another beach, you may as well be from another country.
The beauty of the Northern Beaches is that pretty much every beach has its own board riders club, and North Narrabeen is one passionate board riders club, and, you know, we have a lot of rivalry around here with the local beaches, don't we, Rich?
We sure do. And,
long history.
Yes.
Hey, it's you know, you don't even have to be from a different beach. If you're from South Narrabeen, try and come and get a wave at North Narrabeen. Very difficult sometimes. 20 minutes to go, and George Pittard with a strong opening round performance. And now in the second heat of the morning, we're seeing Guillermo Sat, who's taken some big falls, but so far it's paid off. He's out in front. Sheldon Paichon waiting to drop a big score. Not a lot in it between second, third and fourth, and even the surfer sitting in number one's not safe.
No, this is a slower start to heat number 2, and we saw George sort of build really quickly and start to run away with it. And Michael Dunphy stayed busy as well, so he progressed. Yeah, these competitors yet to really click in, find a good number yet, so this heat is wide open.
I feel like when the southerly's up like this as well, you know, it takes a little while to just work yourself out in the lineup and really find where those, you know, those lumps are breaking and hitting each part of the bank. So, you know, you only have 30 minutes out there. You need to sort of work it out pretty quickly.
Yeah, it changes so quickly out here at North Narrabeen as well. As the tide does drop, sort of the energy gets focused in different areas. It'll switch from that inside bank back to the outside peak, and then it'll come back inside again. So you really have to be quite fluid with your decision making and really connect with what the ocean's delivering. Let's see here the tides. So high tide 6:15 this morning, and even then it was pretty treacherous and breaking quite hard on the sandbar. Low tide 0.9 of a metre at 12:21.
Just over 18 minutes to go. We're talking about how great it is to be back in Sydney, on the Northern Beaches in particular. Great little stretch of coast right up to the northern end of the peninsula. About 30 kilometres from Manly to Palm Beach. Just over 20 beaches, and each of them is worth checking out. Some amazing ocean pools. And yeah, Plenty of little sandbars around at the moment too if you're in the area. But there always is. It's fun to explore. As we see there in the blue, Connor Slipen just trying to get a good score on the board. He's not going to get much out of that one. Probably another one in the lower range. Competitors can stay as busy as they want out there. As we see, Guillermo Sard thinks better of hitting the end section that time. It's just been a little late to his final move in shutting down those rides. Just on 17 minutes to go here. Set standing up on the outside, but no takers at this stage. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Back with an update on the situation in just a moment. GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by BioGland, official vitamin partner of the WSL Australia. By NRMA Parks and Resorts, official accommodation partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. By Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL Australia. And by Yeti, built for the wild. Woo! Back on the Challenger Series, stop 2, the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Great scenes there of North Narrabeen. And yeah, this place, as we mentioned it, and we'll probably keep talking about it, just how much history has unfolded here. Seen some magic performances, and we're going to see more because we've got the next crop of aspiring talent moving through the steps of the pathway to the championship tour.
If I break, you have to run over the beach.
Rata
he's going to be in the blue.
He's had a big major win. He wants another one in 2023 to get himself to that top end of the order. Had some magic moments at Snapper Rocks. We'll see how the back end looks here at North Narrabeen in a moment. But right now, Guillermo Sard still hanging on to a low-scoring heat at this stage. But this could change with a single ride. Have a look at that. We've got Jean-Marc Decong out there. And he's got that priority. He's only needing a 4.7 at the moment to jump up into first.
Yeah, being a little bit more selective. Way out on the peak there, and we have seen some good waves coming through out the back there. It's a special sort of wave that he's waiting for.
There's been a lot of talk this morning from the competitors about just how crisp the air is out there at the moment. It's pretty cold.
Yeah, this was one of the colder mornings I feel like we've had lately, so it was double jumpers.
Here's Sheldon now finding a bit of room. Just got skips on that first turn, but can make up for it here. Just wants to make sure he stays on his feet, being that this is a really low scoring heat at the moment. And that should be a pretty good number for Sheldon, as we see Jean-Marc. And he just climbs that final section, brings it down. Hit a couple of bumps on his road. But yeah, that'll obviously be his best score. He needed a 4.7 to get into second, sorry. Probably won't achieve that, but he'll chip away at the requirement here. But Sheldon's got a chance at maybe going into the #1 position, as we see on the outside. Connor Slipen from Cape Town, South Africa.
Oh, that's good surfing. Smart. Just knowing that nothing really major has been laid down in this heat so far. So, well, Connor picking up a beautiful little wave where he got, what, 3 nice turns. The first hit, really critical, jammed it.
You said the surfer's ability to adapt to the conditions was going to be key, Rich, in finding success, but also adapting to the situation. And when we look at the numbers, just finishing a ride off with a couple of decent turns at the moment could see you through.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Sheldon's done right there as well. This was Jean-Marc. So he'd waited a long time for this one. Just gets a bit of a cutback and then a nice snap as the second turn. Little bobble off the bottom there, but manages to hang on, tidies it up, gets to the finish.
Yeah, he read that really well then, and just, you know, not a lot on the end, but this was Connor here. This was the nice clean wave. Didn't have any bumps in the face, and he just attacked the lip. Beautifully timed here and finished it off. So 3 turns, that first one, the biggest, most committed, and just really tagging those last 2 sections. So just a nice wave. Just the difference between not having that bump on it and being able to slow down and just really surfing the pocket.
Yeah, nice and smooth. The transitions between turns, there was not a lot of pumping and jumping around. Just getting right on the rail again. This is Guillermo again, just up and riding on the forehand, just trying to make something of this wave, but never really connecting. I feel like today, Laura, priority might almost be a bit of a curse at times.
I was thinking that, you know, you don't want to be sitting at the back too long, as we see Jean-Marc going down. But yeah, I think priority could be a curse today, you know, sitting at the back and missing these inside double ups. So we see Connor backing that up right away. 6.17 for his last effort, and just wanting to drop that 2.7, which I think he will have done.
Yeah, really quick shift up around the halfway mark of this heat. And the order is being shifted as a result. Connor taking the lead. He's about to increase that lead with that last ride. Sheldon hanging on to second at the moment. Guillermo, who led from the start, has been pushed back in the 3rd spot. Let's see the replay here, Rich.
Yeah, so this is Connor. Just gets a nice hit. So looking for that backup score. He's dropped that 6.17 now, highest scoring single wave of the heat so far. Right on 10 minutes to go. So he's well placed here. He'll continue to build.
Really enjoyed watching Jean-Marc Takong surfer up there at Snapper Rocks, the first Filipino to qualify for the WSL Challenger Series. And really has a big dream to break into the CT ranks. His mates call him Marama. And yeah, we bumped into him, Rich, after the event, and he was just buzzing. His post-heat interviews were hilarious. So obviously, you know, while he's focused on that big goal, he's definitely got a goal of enjoying himself too while he's on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got definitely the right attitude, and he's got some incredible talent to back it up as well. And, you know, you talk about surfers having to adapt. These guys coming from different places in the world. You know, we saw Rio, you know, come from Bali and really hone his abilities and adapt to what was in front of him. And now he's on the championship tour. So I think inspiring some of these other guys.
Yeah, well, travelling for Rio was key in eventually finding success on the Challenger Series. You know, obviously, it's a very hard place to leave, Indonesia. I'm sure the Philippines is the same. Jean-Marc gets to surf Cloud 9 a lot, so, you know, he's a long way from home at the moment. Freezing cold, he's on his backhand, there's the wind's howling. But, yeah, he obviously put together a couple of magic performances. He finished 4th on the Asia qualifying series regional ranks.
Absolutely amazing. And yeah, like the Hawaiians always say, you know, coming to these colder countries and, you know, getting used to just being in steamers, being in booties, cold, crisp mornings, and just the beach breaks, really, and how much they have to adapt and how fickle they can be. It's very different to surfing a perfect reef break.
Here goes Connor again. So dropped a 4.23 on his previous wave. He's really starting to come on. Love that. Huge vert on the inside, blasting through that pocket. That was solid. And the 4.23 is probably going to be replaced with a better number here.
Yeah, it was great surfing. Sorry, Laura. It just, like George in the heat prior, staying right in this pocket. Watch this. It's that figure 8 motion on the backhand. Just winds up, back down into the power source again. Great surfing, really critical.
Yeah, I was just going to note that I love what he's doing out here, you know, just looking and searching for these waves while he's paddling back out to the lineup. This was caught way down the beach, and that section there, he just made the most of it. Stabbing that board, 12 o'clock, and yeah, I think that could drop his 4.2.
Yeah, I think the slow-mo probably took away the magic of that turn, just the way he whipped that board up there and made something of a wall that was kind of tapering off, and he still has that score to drop. 7 minutes to go. Having a look on the inside, just trying to find something with a bit of cleaner wall. Guillermo Sat, nice finishing turn there. Probably just trying to ride a wave without getting smashed into the sandbar. Doesn't need a whole lot to get the second place at the moment, but you just get the feeling if Sheldon can just get a set and lay down one turn, he's probably going to get himself a reasonable score here. So we'll see if that works against Guillermo, who might just do enough here to get himself up in a second.
I'm just going to say it right now, could change later, but we're seeing a bit of an advantage to, I would say, natural footers with this wind at the moment, just being able to just really get their board in that tight pocket and through the bump.
So Sheldon stays on his feet to finish that one off. And on the outside, got the Filipino surfer with a nice looking wall here. A couple of good hits already, and smooth on the end section.
Yeah,
just flowing and putting together a great combination there. Connor just continuing to attack. So his previous wave did come through much better than the 4-point ride. He added a couple of points to the requirement for Sheldon Pashon. Another 6 in the lower range. Solid though. That one's not going to go into the top 2, and he just got...
He got swatted.
Swatted again.
This end section playing havoc with all our surfers. As we watch the replay here of Jean-Marc, just tags that first section and again comes around nice and smooth, and then gets that finishing turn. A little bit more slopey, bit of a foam climb.
You look at each of those turns individually, and there's not a whole lot in that ride, but it's still great flowing surfing, and he was only looking for a 2.74 to get to second place. So likely that he's going to be making a move here.
Yeah, bit of a scrappy heat, really, but some totals starting to build here for Connor. 12.44 points, so respectable tally. Sheldon still waiting for a score here, so he may solidify second place. Wasn't an overly convincing wave, somewhat conservative in the way he surfed it, but you could see the theory behind it. He just wanted to get that backup score, replace that 2-3-3, and put some more pressure on Guillermo and Jean-Marc.
So many great heats you can look forward to in this opening round, but looking at the event as a whole, one of the heats I'm really looking forward to is the Bonsoy Legends heat, featuring none other than Laura Enever, Damien Hardman, Rob Bain, Tom Carroll and Pauline Mensah.
Wow.
Let's go.
That's going to be fun.
The ladies got priority.
Laura hoping for just a random 30-foot swell to fill in here so she can really show us what she's got. But let's dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap here. The South African, Connor Slipen, really found some form at the midway point here, Laura.
He really did. You know, he was a bit sleepy at the start, but then just backed it up. Double sixes, and just finding these nice clean faces, getting some good surfing done here, and just jamming these pockets. So he basically got those 2 waves in, you know, a matter of 5 to 10 minutes. So
yeah, it was quick.
He's feeling comfortable now.
Quick combination there, and straight to the top of the order. And it's a healthy lead that he's hanging on to at the moment. Really wants to be careful.
Oh my goodness.
Well, he had priority over Sheldon. Didn't get much out of that wave, but at this point he's He's not in John Mark's position. Sheldon Paishon and Guillermo Sart have a lot of work to do. Probably would have just maintained that control with priority on the outside.
Yeah, it was an interesting decision there, and perhaps a little bit of inexperience just creeping in. Hopefully he can correct that with 2.5 minutes to go. So Sheldon, at this point, needing a 4.67, so he's...
Well, he had priority, so it was his wave to take.
Yep.
But, you know, he's just in such a commanding position at the moment. It just didn't seem all that necessary.
Yeah, interesting decision. He should have just waited it out, and well, for both of them, really.
Yeah, those rights are so hard to surf right now. Just a lot of energy coming in together. But I mean, you know, it could make for an air section, but it is, you know, there's a lot of bump to deal with.
2 minutes to go, though. He's still in a really strong lead at this stage. Jean-Marc Tacong needs a 7.37. That suggests that Guillermo Sart and Sheldon Paishon, they need a lot more to get up into that first position. As Connor has eyes for Ali Wrights now. Can't make the connection through to the inside, though. A minute and 30 seconds to go. The battle for second place is on.
Yeah, and John Mark is just going to be sticking to Sheldon right now, holding priority. Sheldon's down in third priority at the moment and third place, but doesn't need a big score, a 4.67. Very attainable. He does have that 5.33, so just have to do something.
Well, you can tell
almost there.
You can tell who John Mark thinks is the real threat here, because Guillermo Sart's with second priority, and he only needs a 5.23. But it just feels like John Mark senses that Sheldon's the danger man.
Yeah, well, Guillermo's, his wave choice has been off. He's been taking those little insiders, hasn't really connected with anything, you know, substantial in terms of open face. And Sheldon, he's been putting some good rides together, so he's going to try and steal a wave here off John Mark.
.30 seconds to go in the second heat of the morning. And it's Sheldon finding some space here. After a 4.67 to get in a second place. Really strong finishing turn. Hangs on for the finish.
How did he get that wave under priority?
I think John Mark looked at it and just went, nah, there's not 4 points on this thing.
15
you might
seconds
regret
to
that.
go. 15 seconds to go. There's wouldn't have been a lot of time for anything else, so this is going to come in clutch and very close.
Yeah, I love that final move. I mean, it's not like he didn't attack it. And really, between second, third and fourth in this heat, there wasn't a lot of highlight manoeuvres laid down. So this might just get Sheldon over the line.
Yeah, it stood up, didn't it? He gets a quick snap there. But really, most of the points are going to come from that final hit. Tweaks the tail out a little. Gets some drift and release. So the judges, they'll be watching these replays, looking at it, comparing it against some of the other scores.
Well, you also have to think back to Jean-Marc Tacong's 5.67. 5.07, sorry. That was 3 moves on a bigger wave, and
yeah.
it was flowing. I think Sheldon's given himself a red-hot dig at it here.
Yeah, I think what might hold the score back will be the size of that wave. You know, it was on the inside, but he really made the most of that end section. That first section didn't really have a lot, but the way he was able to throw his fins and push through that foamy section with speed and control, that was well done.
Rich, priority. You know, he was guarding Sheldon. You don't let someone have a shot at it with 15 seconds to go.
No. You just you make sure you hold him off, and it looks like
Watch the reaction. He's going to find out here from the beach announcer that he has turned the heat with a solid hit on that final section. 4.97. Sheldon Paishon is on his way to the next round. Jean-Marc Tacong. It was a pretty good run here through these Australian Challenger Series events for him, but he'll need to make up some serious ground on the leaderboard as we move to stop number 3. getting the victory there. The South African, Connor Slipen, and a pretty healthy heat score total for him too. We're going to take a quick break. Stay with us. More action to come from the opening day competition here. We're going to bring in Kaipo, Luke Kennedy, and Jess Grimwood for the call. GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of the World Surf League Australia. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. By Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of the World Surf League Australia. And by Northern Beaches Council, major partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
We are back, North Narrabeen, the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Opening day of the waiting period, and we're off. I'm Kaipo, along with Luke Kennedy and Jess Grimwood, and I'm going to start with you, Jess. Your assessment of the playing field today?
I think it plays real heavily into the hand and the advantage for all those QS guys and girls today. I think it's going to give them a leg up against those maybe more finesse performances from the CT guys.
We got an exciting heat right here to comment on. Luke, your thoughts on the exciting Caius King? I think that Caius, he's going to be out there in the green jersey. I think of him as a free surfer, but he's going to have to switch on, you know, his competitor head.
Yeah, well, he comes in as an alternate for this event. He didn't qualify officially through the region, but you know, he's got a lot of history competing on the East Coast. He's had some big wins in QS events in the past. A confident natural footer, and I think you know, he's going to be a serious contender.
And Caius is joined out there by Billy Sterdman. He's the veteran of the crew, 33 years old, out of New Zealand, and been, you know, over a decade on this qualifying series. Billy Sterdman, Jess.
Yeah, I mean, Billy's so good. He's hard to go by when you look through the heat draw like this. And like I said, I feel like these conditions are really going to heavily favour those men that have that kind of QS grindy warrior style about them. I think it takes a bit of the finesse out of it when we get this kind of cross wind and the lumps and the bumps, and we go back more to that grunt and that kind of style of big, heavy QS beachy surfing. Maybe
like maybe typhoon surf for Hiroto Ohara, Luke, the Japanese surfer. And let's see how it started off here with Ohara.
Yeah, good opening slash on the first turn. Connects well with the lip and struggles for the completion, but I think they're going to pay that one. He likes it.
Here we go. White jersey. That is Billy Sterdman's start.
Yeah, Billy with a three-turn combo. Finishes with the final turn. Grew up surfing Raglan in New Zealand, so he's honed that backhand attack. As you mentioned, Kaipo, he's been around for sort of well over a decade now, Billy. I think he's 33. He's been knocking on the door of the CT a couple of times. A couple of CT cameos as a wild card. But he'd really like to break into that top tier as Ricardo Christie did a couple of years for New Zealand.
Yeah. Also, Billy was a representative of New Zealand when we looked at the Summer Olympics in 2020. So, you know, he's represented the country. We haven't talked about Jabe Swerkowski, who's out there, the American out there, and yet to have ride a wave. He's out there in the red jersey, Jess.
Yeah, maybe just kind of finding his positioning in the lineup today. I mean, we heard Laura and, you know, Richie and Ronnie speaking about how tricky it is, but here goes Caius.
Caius King slashes on the backhand with nice foam. And just too much foam, perhaps, for Caius. So we'll wait for that opening number. And Jess, I'm going to have you give me the numbers that are so far on the board.
Yeah, so Hiroto, I mean, best of the first exchange too, that 5.5. 5.33 for Billy. Similar scores, you can see. I mean, right off dark this morning when we kicked off, Kaipe and Luke, we were watching it, and it was kind of like big one-turn sections. And I think now that we're going through this tide a little, we're seeing, you know, the 5s and the 6s come into play with, I mean, there's a fair few turns on this. I mean, that last turn a little late, still super critical, and then we're getting the opportunity to see these surfers get multiple maneuvers on the backhand.
Yeah, I really feel like if you're getting two really solid maneuvers, that's where it's at right at the moment. That was sort of a 3-turn combo from Billy, but softer turns. Hiroto's wave had a little bit more in it, thus the scoreline reflecting it.
Well, let's hear from the winner of the last heat. He's with Stace.
Thanks, Kaipe. Connor, well done, mate. But first time I've seen you surf in the flesh. Tell us something we don't know about you.
Pretty gnarly at backgammon, I'd say.
Oh, that's amazing. Let's have a game after this. A strategic match out there. You put that backgammon skills to good use.
Yeah, flip. Super tricky out there, but I just sat on the wider peak and managed to get a couple of wide ones and get a score.
Coming from Cape Town, lots of wild ocean over there. You must have felt right at home.
Yeah, where I live, it's pretty similar to this. Beach break, gets super windy sometimes, and it's super powerful out there. So it's kind of easier to get a score if you get the right wave, but also tricky at the same time.
You came third in your region. How cool is it to be on this tour with a bunch of people from South Africa?
Oh, it's amazing. Yeah, all of the South Africans that we're cruising with are just like the biggest legends ever, so feel right at home.
Anyone up late at night watching? I'm sure you've got some family tuning in.
Yeah, I'd just like to say hi to my mom, my dad, my brother, my sister. Hope you guys are all good.
Right on, Connor. Let's go play some backgammon. Thanks, Kipes.
Well, he won the first game, winning his heat, and so he's got the job done already early on. This is the round of 80, so we're going to have 8 heats in this round of 80 to set up the round of 64, where we're going to see the top seeds enter competition for the men. Saw a couple of waves getting ridden there, and you can see Caius open up with a 3.5 and just a fractional, an offer for his second wave. Jabe still patiently holding on to that priority. 21 minutes on the clock. And talked about Jabe Swerkowski coming out of the U.S. region. Had some success on the QS over there. Number 3 coming into this one, and here he goes.
There's Jabe. Just hooks that first turn. It's gone a little soft off the end. He wants this section to stand up. Look at those ribs in the wave. He's found a connection through the inside. Drifts the fins on the final turn. And that's a solid opener for Jabe Swerkowski.
So we're going to see if that's going to be enough to take the lead right now. Jabe on the paddle back out.
Had a third place finish in Barbados at
Soup Bowls.
Yeah. In kind of junky conditions, obviously a right-hander, but surfed it, well, they were calling it a near perfect heat to 17 point heat total there. So Jabe can throw down.
I like how he built through that wave as well. Like you could see at the start, they were the first turn was kind of placement a little tentative, and he got a bit stronger in the second, and then that third turn just really looked a lot more relaxed. I think that's going to go well to, you know, match up against Billy's and Hiroto's opening scores too. Like I'm going to say it's probably going to be a similar mark.
Here goes Hiroto Kaipo.
Hiroto Ohara, the 2015 US Open champ. That's where he really burst onto the scene. quick surfing from the surfer representing Japan. Needs to stick that finish. So sure does. Rides out clean, and he will back up that 5.5 just handedly.
Such a compact style.
Jade quick up and out. So still searching now at the bottom of the priority list.
I feel like Hiroto was one of the form surfers on the Gold Coast, but went out early. As we see, Billy Stearman.
A little bit of a struggle in the soup there. It has to kick out.
Yeah, some of these faces are really marbled. And it feels like surfers are almost looking at the wave as they're riding it, looking for a bit of clean water to determine where they're actually going to execute the turn.
Here's a replay of Hiroto, Jess.
Yeah, you can just see how finely tuned this guy is, and that's, like you said, Kuiper, experience on the podium already, and he's just so sharp with his attack. His billies as well. I love that first turn. I think that's going to be one of the most critical turns so far in the scoreline. It's going to put him way back into the mix, and there's that score too. Kuiper the first wave, sorry, of Jade, 4.67. So all similar, kind of sitting in that 5s or late 4s mark.
It's a traffic jam of 5s right now in the early rounds of this heat. So we'll see if anyone's able to break away with a score. Speaking of Hiroto Ohara, you know, with that success, also he's got extra motivation now, Luke, as a new father. So he's surfing for his whole family.
I can relate to that, Kuiper. I'm a new father myself. So yeah, it definitely changes things. It makes a difference.
Doesn't it change you, man?
It does. It does.
It's a little extra gas in the tank right there.
Well, we look at, I think, you know, Joel Parkinson won his world title as a dad, so it can really be a major incentive.
Yeah. Dad power.
But yeah, Hiroto, definitely one of the, like, he looked great on the Gold Coast, and I think perhaps was expected to go a little further than he did, but obviously way back in 2015 was kind of expected to be the surfer that vaulted Japan onto the CT. And, you know, obviously Kanoe Igarashi representing Japan at that level, but I feel like we haven't had the push from Japan yet. It's coming. We've had the Brazilian push. Obviously, Australia dominated for a long time.
Yeah.
The US, but I feel like that's still coming at some point.
Yeah, we have, you know, like Taichi Wakita and Rio Inaba. We're going to see Daiki Matsuda later here. There's these young Japanese surfers, and actually Hiroto's kind of like a little bit older than that age group. But yeah, there is a push in Japan. A lot of these guys in Japan are happy too. They have their own domestic tour that they're able to surf and earn a living on. Here we go, Caius King. Oh, that was a dynamic finish for the surfer out of Byron Bay. And we'll see how that affects his scoreline. That felt like strong surfing to me, Jess.
Yeah, I feel like he dialed that in way better. You saw that first wave he took off on only the 3.5. And then look at this, he's like readjusted and adapted and straight back into almost cutting his bottom turn off a little short just to make sure he times that second. I love that from Caius, and it just shows the type of athlete and that adaptation that he has under his belt.
Rock and roll, Luke, is what I think of when I think of Caius King.
Yeah, he loves his metal. He loves his heavy metal. I wonder what he was blasting before he paddled out there today.
Yeah, I'd like Stace to ask him, you know, last song you listened to before your heat.
He wins the heat. That's definitely going to be an interview question. Well, we're going to see what happens in this heat. Can Hiroto Ohara hang on? We will find out after this Bonsoy brew break.
I'm Kelly Slater.
I committed my life to this, you know, all of this.
There is so much pressure now. It's really do or die.
He's not coming here to participate. He's coming here to win.
Her career is at stake.
You want to perform in the big stage? This is the biggest stage you can have.
Oh my goodness.
This is sport history.
That's right. Check out Make or Break Season 2, streaming now on Apple TV+. It chronicles the 2022 championship tour, as well as Luke Kennedy's in it, and Luke Kennedy's with me, as well as Jess Grimwood, calling the heat action right now as we come to live action with Jabe Srokowski on the backhand. Numerous trips to the lip for the American, and we'll wait for that number to come through. But while we were at break, a couple of surfers broke out of that traffic jam of 5-point rides. Caius King drops a 6-point ride, and Billy Sterdman 7.33 for the number for the New Zealand surfer, Jess.
Yeah, I just think about, have a look at this replay right here. This is the 7, oh, this might have been one of the last waves. No, I think it might have been that really good score for him, the 7.33. And you can see he loves it. Less is more, I think, in these conditions as well. They're rewarding those bigger critical moves, and the guys are really putting on the line because, like you said, Luke, they're having to adjust as they go. And you saw Hiroto's last wave there, and here's Jabe's last in comparison. So it's great to see the back-to-back for the GWM replay. Really get a handle on how these numbers are being compared to each other.
Yeah, I feel like Jabe's wave just a little bit softer, a little bit smaller. Opening turn was great, but the wave perhaps let him down. Hiroto Ohara just adding a little bit of variety to his maneuvers, which I'm enjoying. A little bit of tail drift, a little bit of variation. Doesn't have to be huge. It's only got to be slight to impress the judges.
Yeah, and there's a story on the scoreboard. You see Billy Sterdman in first, Hiroto Ohara in second in advancing position. Here's our heat leader. Billy looking sharp. That polished backhand for Ragland coming into play right there. What a finish, and likely going to increase his scoreline with that kind of turn. Hiroto Ohara, quick on the backhand as well, but pokes the nose, goes down.
Oh, how is that of Billy's? Wait for this replay. I feel like he pretty much one-footed it out of that last tail blast. I feel like his foot kind of disconnected at the end too. I'm waiting to see that replay in excitement to see, I mean, far out, that score is going to be good.
Ask and you shall receive, just right here.
I know, look at this thing. The first turn itself, he just poised for success here through that bottom turn. Oh, he does keep kind of connection, but wafts the tail all the way back.
Break it down for us, Luke, into slow-mo.
Well, the first turn is just really crisp. As we see, he's just coming up now, and here he kicks the tail out, inverted, and I love the change of direction out of the lip.
Sick. Something different this morning, I feel like, too. A point of difference for the judging panel to soak one up.
I think they're going to go high with this one.
We're going to see if it's going to be a race for second place in the advancing position, as Billy Sterdman is likely to pull away from the pack when this next score drops. There he goes, a 7.87, and he's way ahead. It will be a battle just for second place at this moment. Caius King is right there. He needs a 5.17. Here we go with Hiroto Ohara, wants to hang on to that second in advancing position, needs to stick this, and does so. So we'll see if that improves upon his scoreline. Needs to get better than a 5.5 to better his scores.
I think this is a really hard round of 80 heat here in heat number 3, because you can see all of these 4 men in the water have that ability to adapt. None of them seem really set on their plans, and I think we saw that straight away with Caius' second wave. Billy's third and fourth wave, I think, the 2 almost excellent scores. So it's not a case of like people being out of rhythm or not being able to be dynamic with their game plans out there. It's like all 4 of these guys are still, or the 3 are still in that mix for the second position.
Replay here, Luke. Ohara
sets up the first turn slash, face a little bit flat, and then he's a little bit late to the section here, but gets it well. It's a critical maneuver. It looks dramatic.
Well,
I think most of the points are here in the final turn. sometimes the screen doesn't quite do justice to just how heavy that end section is right now.
Well, the judges agree with you, Luke. 6.17 for Hiroto Ohara, so he's upping the ante right now for Kaius King, who now needs a 5.85 to take that second position, and Jabe Swarkowski needs a big number, needs a 7.17 to get into that advancing position. Jess?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I think Jabe's in the same vibe as the rest of this heat, and I know that, you know, judging on his first wave choices, he'll be able to hear the feedback from the beach announcers and know that, you know, 2 turns, he would have seen them on the paddle back out for some of those last bigger scores, that those 2 turns are going to push him above that 5 limit, and waiting for that big kind of meaty section is going to be what he needs.
Here's our heat leader. Just up and out for Billy.
Yeah, I guess the advantage for Kaius and Jabe is that, unlike the Gold Coast where we saw kind of long lulls, there's a lot of waves to be ridden in this lineup and plenty of opportunities to roll the dice. 8.5 minutes remaining, probably an opportunity for, say, 2 more rides.
Yeah, it is. It's rinse and repeat out there today, so a lot of opportunities, a lot of waves ridden. Busy on the judges as well, Jess, but, you know, it just takes 2, though, like, you know, like Rob Bass said. Just takes 2 to get the job done.
I mean, I love about this too, Kipes and Luke, like, this style of setup for competition gives everybody at home a real, you know, well, just watch Kaius and see the performance level that happens in these conditions.
What's he got for us? Searching for something and gets nothing, Kaius King. So priority error for Kaius. That's not going to help his situation, and he will go to the back of the order.
Yeah, it's really up to Jabe Swarkowski now. Chasing a 7.17, 7 minutes to go. You know, I think he's got to start thinking about doing it with 1 wave. So far, his wave selection has let him down somewhat. So he's just got to make good use of this priority and try and leapfrog up into that advancing position.
Yeah, 7:20 on the clock, and it's been all Billy Stearman so far in this heat. A strong performance also by Hiroto Ohara. I'm expecting big things, however, at Kaius King. He's got enough to climb on the clock, 7 minutes, Jess. And I've just seen Kaius, the level that he surfs at is really high, and it's been high since he was a very young man. You know, we saw this kid coming as a child prodigy, basically.
Yeah, he was touted for really big things really early here, and not only for his performances in the water, but he has that kind of flair outside the water, much like we have quite a few up-and-coming Aussies, you know, like Kobe Clements from around this area as well. They're real individual athletes, and I think at this level of competition too, once we get into the Challenger Series and you see these QS names from all the different regions come through, they get a chance to kind of flare up a little bit more on the stage and show a bit more of their personality throughout their performance.
Sure, Kaius is, you know, a dynamically talented guy. He's got a cameo in an Australian series called Barons, based on the history of the surf industry, a drama, which was... We see Billy Stearman straight into a rotation. Made it look so easy.
Easy, Billy. You know, you're coming through right now. You're just settle down. You're good. Let's take a look at our Harvey Norman recap. Starting off with Billy Stearman. He's been in control this entire heat, Luke.
Yeah, he's looked great. This is his first keeper. Billy liked it. We see the clap. This is the wave that really set him apart. Super crisp on the first turn. And just look for the fin drift here. Inverted, change of direction, and in control.
Yeah, that was so sweet, wasn't it? Like drive-through New Zealand style.
Hiroto Ohara, as we said, such a compact, controlled surfer, and needed every ounce of it to land that maneuver.
Come back to live action here, just under 6 minutes. And here we go, Kaius King. Needs a 5.85, needs to find an open section. Again, denied. So 2 denials by North Narrabeen. Not being very nice right now, just to Kaius.
Nah, this is a tricky wave to surf. I mean, you heard it from local legend herself, Laura. She's talking about the fact of this swell direction and the wind, and it's really hard to read.
We're just at our NRMA 5-minute warning. So now it's the 5-minute drill for both Kaius King and Jabe Swarkowski. Both of them sitting behind. Swarkowski, however, does have that priority, and he's been super patient. He's been the most patient out of all the surfers so far, Luke. He's only ridden 3 waves.
Well, you can see completely different tactics between Jabe and Caius. Caius is rolling the dice, probably because he knows he only needs that 5.85 to advance, slightly lesser requirement. Jabe is kind of looks like he's decided that he is going to try and do it with that 1 wave, knows he needs a 7.17. Probably realizes that he's made a couple of poor wave choices throughout the heat, but also well understands that he's still completely in this. All he needs is 2 good sections. We obviously saw high drama at the end of the last heat, so this one's wide open right up until the finish. Sheldon Paishon snuck home to advance. I could almost hear the West Side Oahu crew cheering from here, Kuiper.
Sheldon just snuck through the doggy door, and that's why we call him Sheldon Doggy Door, for many reasons, actually. But yeah, he's representing the West Side and made his first solo trip to Australia and got it done. So I'm proud of that young man. Jabe right here, Jess, putting some pressure on himself, because now he's not going to be able to get the number he needs. He's not going to be able to break it up into bite-sized pieces. He's going to have 1 swing for a 7.17.
Yeah, it's make or break for him right now. This is it for heat number 3 for him, and he kind of needs one of those chip-ins, like that bigger kind of pulse as well we've seen, where he gets the opportunity to open early. But here's Billy. Gosh, he just looks so dialed in, and you know, finding a right like that's a good score. I mean, if he didn't already have those 7s, that's still a nice looking wave for him.
Yeah, someone like Caius could have used that wave and probably surfed his way to the 5.85 that he needs. So
yeah, we haven't seen a lot of the rights go into top 2s, but they are out there.
Yeah,
particularly in this south swell. So not looking at classic left-hand, classic Narrabeen conditions, but this bank is so good at the moment that it can take a big south swell and just rip it into a good left.
And can you continue that conversation as far as the personality of this wave given different swell angles?
So classic Narrabeen is probably more of an east-northeast scenario, or southeast also works. We're looking at a really south swell at the moment, but Narrabeen still handles it, and there's a reason why the locals don't generally go anywhere else. Here's Jabe.
Oh, he's on his way, and he was definitely on his way. The wave quality was there. The first turn was crisp, and that is going to be a big unforced error for the American, Jess.
Yeah, you know what? If he doesn't get another chance to find himself at 7.17, he could at least take from that was a really good choice of wave in that set. It was poised perfectly for him. He would have had to surf beyond this first section, but that first turn, nice, high and tight, under the lip early, and it's lining up there. I mean, maybe just cutting a little shorter and looking for the end turn instead would have saved him. There's a little up and out for Caius as well.
Catching up with Caius King. We'll see if he did enough. Here's our heat leader. Billy just pokes the nose, goes down. No harm, no foul. That will not change the standings in this heat. Big question was, what did Caius King get done on the outside of his wave? Because his requirement, just a little over a mid-range score. Here's the answer, Luke.
Yeah, just softer opening maneuver. This wave's not really standing up. It's just kind of a very simple 2-turn combo. I don't know. I don't think it's quite there, Kuiper.
Didn't get it. He got a 2.4 for that wave, so not enough for Caius King. And now just the clock is going to tick away. He's got maybe one more chance if he whips it right now.
This is kind of like Hiroto's 44 seconds to command the priority and hold that second-hand spot for himself too, isn't it? I feel like he's realised it, and it looks like he's kind of pushing up towards Jabe there as well.
Can't help but feel for Jabe. I feel like the score was there in that wave after the first turn. You know, he's going to be kicking himself.
100%. And I think, you know, just looking down the line, he probably inside was pretty excited about that opportunity right there. He knew he was on a good one, so
overamped it a little bit.
Yeah, maybe. Surfing is, you know, it's as physical as it is. It's a big mental game as well, and so it's going to be Billy Sterdman and Hiroto Ohara moving on into the round of 64. Caius King and Jabe Srotkowski eliminated from competition.
Yeah, outstanding performance, Kite, for Billy as well. Like, that was really, really nice way to kick off his Challenger Series here at GWM Sydney Surf Pro.
There you go, yeah. Impressive two-wave total for Narrabeen, 15.2. And a strong ticket into the round of 64. We're taking a break. We'll be right back with Aiden Mason-Camp, Mark Lochamar, Rafael Teixeira, and Saxon Reber out in the water when we return.
You come to Sydney and no one's sleeping in here. Everyone's out and about doing amazing things, coastal walks, coffee. Everyone loves to be outdoors and just taking in the beautiful energy around us. Each that make these beaches so different and unique.
Absolutely loving my time at NRMA Parks. Having a great time here amongst nature, the animals, the open space, the lakeside view. It is wonderful, and it's our gateway to North Narrabeen, site of stop number 2 on the Challenger Series. This is the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Kaipo, along with Luke Kendi and Jess Grimwood, talking you through this action. We got a new heat in the water, an international field in the way of Aiden Mason-Camp from South Africa. Mark Lochamar representing France, Brazil out there in the water with Rafael Teixeira and Saxon Reber right from up the beach at Manly. Opening exchange here between Mark Lochamar in your background and foreground Rafael Teixeira.
Ooh, that was a nice opening exchange. I love how they were able to capture both those waves as well, both goofy footers, so we're going to get like a little fresh perspective on those sections, Luke.
Yeah, a lot of work for the judges to do there. I really love the way Mark Lochamar surfed his wave. I feel like this event and these conditions in particular suit his approach. He's one of those surfers who can make his surfing look big with the maneuvers, and I think the conditions are really going to play to him this morning. But we'll see how that exchange went down with the judges.
Yeah, Mark Lochamar, 32 years old, out of France, over a decade on the qualifying series. He had a couple of starts as a wild card in France on the CT level, 2019 and 2017 as a wild card. Lochamar surfed all the way to the quarterfinals, so he's had some success on the big stage. Just wants to stamp his ticket in there for a full-time position, and that's what the Challenger Series is all about.
Yeah, he's been chasing it for a long time, Mark, you know, and as you say, he's had those couple of cameos in CT events. He's beaten surfers like Julian Wilson and Geordie Smith. He's proved that he can compete at that level. There's a few of those surfers in this event. Also, Rafael Teixeira is another journeyman QS surfer who has sort of been around for about a decade. And I guess, you know, perhaps some of them take a little incentive from Kelly Slater, who's in his early 50s and still competing at the top level.
Yeah, Lochamar, well, he had a nice start. That's the second wave for the surfer representing France. Opened up with a 7.5. So 7.5, a valuable number in the scheme of things that we've seen so far this morning. Rolling into this one, unable to get to his feet. That was Aiden Mason-Camp.
Yeah, Aiden was one of the real standouts on the Gold Coast. He got knocked out in the round of 16 by the eventual event runner-up, Imai Kalani DeVault, but really did some damage with his forehand hack on the Gold Coast, Aiden. And obviously the South African fans they really want to see another South African surfer vaulted up onto that CT, and I think from the field of South Africans, Aiden looked the most likely to do it on the Gold Coast.
Yeah. Aiden coming out of Cape Town, South Africa, like you said, exited stop number 1 with a 9th, so he's sitting 9th on the leaderboard right now. We're going to break those ties after this one, but at the end of the year, your top 4 results out of six events, top 10 men make it onto the championship tour, Jess, and that's the goal. But the one thing that happens in the Challenger Series, Jess, is there's consequence to every single heat. There's no non-elimination round. We started eliminating surfers right from the get-go.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal, but it's so good for surfing because I feel like it's giving us this like way more distilled end result. We're getting the best of the best of the best by the time we get to the Challenger Series and then push them through to the CT. And I just think like the difference in the surfing and the performances, I feel like I've really seen that in the change in format, especially at this level, like this little bridge between, you know, what we would expect. At the QS, there was always heats where you go, oh, that's a pretty easy, well, not easy, but, you know, it's a bit of a softer heat. But now we just don't have that.
Taking a look here at Saxon. And a little redirect there, Luke. And just finishing up another ride for Aiden Mason Camp.
Yeah, I'm kind of keen to see this replay of Saxon's wave. First turn looked good. Maybe got a little hung up with it, but we'll see on the replay. Gets a little roll in, deep bottom turn, fin drift. Hung up a little bit, but good completion on the maneuver. Foam, rebound, direction change, and nice exit. Aiden Massenkamp drifts the fins out of the first turn. And once again, a solid backup snap. So these are kind of very, very viable numbers are going to lock in here for Aiden and Saxon.
So Saxon, 19 years old out of Manly. Can you tell me a little bit? Oh, well, we'll get back to that conversation on him because Rafael Teixeira up and riding here. Quick-footed Brazilian coming through the dumpy inside section here. And a nice steep wave allows Rafael multiple maneuvers, gets the finish. I like that double up section on the inside there, Luke.
Yeah, I think the key to this wave was a little bit more cupped out, a little steeper as you suggested, and it ensured that the maneuvers were more critical. Rafael added a little bit of variety, and I think it's going to score well.
So Teixeira, we're talking about 10 years plus on the qualifying series scene, but Saxon Reber, 19-year-olds out of Manly, just getting his start.
Yeah, he's still a junior, but won the trials here. Just pipped local legend Nathan Hedge, who's still on the alternate list at the moment. But that's, you know, it's a big result for Saxon, and he's going to make the most of the opportunity.
No doubt. Hedgie is probably suited up. He's probably zipped up and he's ready.
Hedgie's roaming the contest site, waiting for someone not to show up.
Yeah, for sure.
But he did say if he doesn't surf, he will come and join us in the commentary booth. So his insights are always honest and real.
Yeah, well, he made North Narrabeen very proud at the end of the CT season last year in Tahiti with an outstanding performance there. So hope that we can see the Hog in competition. Let's hear from Billy Stearman. He's with Stace.
Thanks, Kipes. Billy, patent
A couple patents out there. Stoked to go left, bro.
Give it to me honestly. You were this morning looking a bit disturbed at the call. Talk to me about being an athlete at the top level here and being able to just take that out of the equation and get the job done.
Yeah, it was pretty tricky this morning. That wind was pretty strong. It's coming in flurries at the moment. So, yeah, I don't know. I was a bit iffy this morning, but I'm always prepared and ready for whatever. And obviously I like going left. So, and that wind's pretty good for patents out there. So, yeah, no, I was ready and my boards are feeling good. And, yeah, I feel at home here, actually, in Narrabeen. I'm staying with the Cathels family and they're kind of putting me up and looking after me. So, hanging out with Davey after a few years, which is always fun. And, yeah, I'm feeling good.
What did Davey whisper in your ear before he paddled out?
Oh, he said go left out there, bro. Nah, it's been awesome hanging with him and his family. Yeah, it's just homely vibes and feeling good.
Want to sing out back home?
Yeah, for sure. Sup to everyone at home. Thanks heaps for watching. My wife's on the road, actually. She's pretty busy at work. But, yeah, hey to my dad and all the family, Vicky, Reef at home, and everyone watching, all the washed-up kooks on the surf chat. Yeah, the boys. And, yeah, thanks for watching.
You're busy at work too, mate. Highest heat score total of the day. Well done, Billy.
He's so funny, Kipes. If you don't like Billy Stemmen, I don't know why. Like, he must have dropped in on you because he's so hard not to like.
Well, he set the bar, 15.22 wave total. Here's a replay of a wave that was ridden during that interview, Luke.
Yeah, big slash to open with, similar back up turn. Now he's winding up for the big finish section. Oh, so much water behind Aiden there, and he likes it. Gives a little salute.
Mark Lockamore got a wave, Jess.
Yeah, he's been able to use a lot more rail. I like his different kind of read on all these lines, as hard as it is with all that water. You can see how churny it is, but I mean, he's going for something a little different. I don't know, in Aiden's last wave, I saw like that hesitation a little bit, and there was like a little bit of tentativeness, which I don't really see from Raphael or Mark on their forehand, so maybe that's a little helpful for the goofy footers, like a bit more stability on that inside rail.
Well, number in for Mason Camp, a 7-point ride. He goes to the lead.
I feel like a lot of that was in that final maneuver, Kaipo.
5-point ride checks in for Rafael Teixeira and Mark Lockamore. Just a 2.93. He had that valuable 7.5. That keeps Lockamore in second place at the moment. So you can see the story on your screen. Rafael Teixeira just needs a mid-range score of a 4.84 to take that second and advancing position off of the Frenchman. And Saxon, the trials winner, the youngster, needs to get busy right now. Only holding a 3.33, Luke.
Yeah, that's right. Obviously gaining a lot of confidence from the trials win. He's from down the road at Manly, which is, I guess, you know, you think if you thought of the Northern Beaches as being like our North Shore, it's almost like Manly is like Rocky Point and Narrabeen is like Pipeline.
Oh.
Like kind of, in terms of waves and psychology, they're kind of that far apart. With no disrespect to the North Shore, but that's the kind of,
I get
you know,
the
like
vibe.
Narrabeen has always been the epicenter of surfing.
Well, let's see if the young teenager from Manly can make a comeback. And here he goes. Saxon. Nice slice off the top. It's a difficult water. And finishing snap there. Don't know if that's going to be the 7.17. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll come back. We'll get you that score and see what the standings are here. The GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. Sydney's northern beaches. 30 kilometers stretching from Manly to Palm Beach. That boasts more than 20 beaches. If you want to surf, swim, snorkel, or just relax, there's a spot for you right here on the northern beaches. And this is the gem, one of the surfing gems of the northern beaches. North Narrabeen, the site of stop number 2 on the Challenger Series, getting back into action and catching up with Aiden Mason-Camp out in the lead over Mark Lacamore, Rafael Teixeira, and Saxon Reber. When we left, we were promising a score for Saxon, 3.03 for the teenager out of Manly. He still needs to climb a hill. He's a 7.11 to turn the heat. Lacamore on the backhand this time, blasts it. A little greedy there, couldn't get the final maneuver, but I like that first turn, Luke.
Yeah, he's swinging for the fences with the first maneuver. Unfortunately, didn't get the second section. Otherwise, I think it probably would have definitely been a score of some significance. But let's see where it lands for one single move.
It was such a good turn too, wasn't it? You can imagine that going way up and challenging Aiden's sevens. If he had got that second maneuver, I just think he was really critical and he was really tight. And no adjustments in that flow for that first maneuver.
Yep. The reason I like it is we're going to get to see exactly what one single maneuver is worth to the judges here.
Yeah, again, the judges will not penalize a surfer for falling. You'll just get scored in accordance to what you did perform on the wave, what you did get done. Here we go, quickly back up at it. Mark Lacamore snaps on the forehand, floats that finish. So now the judges owe us a couple of scores for Mark. He's going to better his standing and distance himself a little bit further from Rafael Teixeira and Saxon Reber when his scores come through.
Yeah, I think that single maneuver way is very quickly going to become obsolete once Mark's second ride locks in. It's going to put him in a pretty solid position. Looking for a 4.74 to go to first. This one really bowls out after the first section. Adds a little drama with the free fall out of the final section.
He looks really alive out there too, doesn't he? He's just really read this thing well. Have a look at Aiden though.
Long bottom turn, big snap off the top from Mason-Camp, our heat leader, looking to improve upon a 5.17. Don't know if he got it done on that way. We'll see what the judges think. So judges owe us a couple of scores now for our 2 front runners, and we'll see how that affects the situation.
Feels like 2 power surfers kind of going toe-to-toe a little bit here with Aiden Mason-Camp and Mark Lacamore. It's good to watch. I mean, it was always going to be the case here, you know, after the Gold Coast, where it felt like flow and variety were really important. It feels like in these conditions it's going to be power and progression that are going to be 2 of the key variables. As we saw there from Aiden, really powerful off the top. Maybe the second section didn't quite deliver though.
Judges taking their time, getting the numbers in. Priority now with Rafael Teixeira.
You were talking about the Northern Beaches, Kaipo, and sort of some of the history. I mean, a little bit of rough arithmetic, but I count 17 world titles that have been powered by the Northern Beaches.
Wow.
So I get 7 from Lane.
Yep.
3 from Wendy Botha, who won 4 world titles, but 3 of which were as an Australian citizen while she lived on the Northern Beaches. So we're going to claim those 3 for the Northern Beaches.
I think you're 3 with Wendy Botha. That's like right on the line right there, because I think she's originally from South Africa.
No, but she's proud of the fact she won 3 as an Australian. She's very proud of the fact she won 3 as an Australian. And she was living here on the Northern Beaches when she won them. So we're going to give 1 to Pam Burridge.
Yeah.
1 to Chelsea Hedges, who was Chelsea Jorgensen at the time.
Okay.
2 to Tom Carroll. 2 to Damien Hardman, can't deny those.
Duma gets 2, yeah.
1 to Barton Lynch, can't dispute that one.
Nope.
And another one that's right on the line.
That one's going to be on the line.
Another one right on the line is Martin Potter was living here when he won his world title as well.
Representing Great Britain, though.
But
I'm not going to give you that one. I'm going to give you all the other ones.
I'm talking Northern Beaches, though. Powered by the Northern Beaches.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, that's a lot of world titles and a lot of surf history here, especially, I mean, Luke, you can even speak to the surf history of this particular break, because this has a long, long competitive history here.
Sure, it goes way back to almost the Surf About event competitively 76 goes back to 74 even, when Michael Peterson won. As we see, Aiden Mason-Camp just gets massacred by that second section.
Well, while we were going through counts on world titles, the number popped in for Mark Lacamar. Lacamar with a 6.07 for that left with a couple of nice turns. Lacamar to the lead. Aiden Mason-Camp now in second place. Teixeira, Rafael. Needs a 6.65 to get into second place. And our trials winner, Saxon, needs a big number. Needs to get excellent. Here's a replay, Jess, of last of Aiden.
Yeah, he looks like relaxed there, but I mean, too late to the lips. So chunky on that inside section, and that's not going to count, I don't think, in his top two. But just like that, like you said with Marks, he's gone from pretty much no scores to two of his best. Like that, and that 6.07 too. I mean, it was a bit of a smaller wave. He just had so much flow between those two manoeuvres. That second one wasn't even super critical. Like you said, it was like a drama kind of little dynamic light floater, and he's still able to post a 6.07. So that looks good for him and how he's comparing in the scale at the moment.
Yeah, as I said, I think it comes back to Mark's ability. I mean, he's a big guy, right? Just to make those turns look big on the wave. Although then we've seen Billy Stammen in the last heat, who's a tiny guy that also performed extremely well.
Saxon's searching for something, or maybe even just repositioning himself on the bank.
Yeah, I think he was sitting really far to the south when he was first kind of in the lineup, when the guys were picking off their 6s and 7s. I feel like he was a little further inside and a little to the south, like on the edge of that left, and maybe chasing like a ramp or something, maybe with this wind, and knowing how light he gets on his feet up above the lip. But yeah, I think a change in strategy right now is going to be good for Saxon, because he can post a 9. He's pretty good in the air. He's really dynamic. He's quite he's got quite a good individual flair about him.
Well, he's put his back against the wall now, so he's put himself in a situation where he really has to go for it. And I guess there is something liberating in that. With 8 minutes to go, he's looking for an 8.91 to advance. That's a big score. Still the potential to maybe chip away at it with 2 waves. 8.91 would easily be the highest single wave score of the day. So to get it done, he's going to need 2 quick waves, I think.
He's got enough time, so we'll see how this plays out.
I love how the conditions today too, guys. Like it reminds me of those days at home. I mean, this is similar to my home break as well, but like those wintry days where you go out and you just get these little chip-in, feathery kind of roll-ins, and you have that time to set up the first section. And I was saying it earlier, you get a real appreciation for the level of surfing that happens at Challenger Series when you see them competing in these conditions, because you'll go out and surf this afternoon.
Yeah,
and
that's when you get the appreciation.
Yeah,
completely.
Yeah, I think it's so good. I mean, to go from snapper in Australia and watching their performance there to seeing how they equate in these conditions is pretty sweet.
Saxon Reba having a look at this one. Up into the lip, flattens out a little bit, looking for a finishing section. Really emerge in the white water, doesn't get the completion. So, yeah, it's a tough scenario now for Saxon.
Yeah, he's really going to have to find himself that point of difference, isn't he? That I think he's trying, like you said, he's pushed himself to a point where he has to kind of pull the trigger and hustle a bit more and search the lineup. Yeah, like, I mean, he needs something really dynamic to push up to that scoreline. He looks more comfortable on this wave to me as well, Kaipo. Like, he just looks a bit more like Saxon, even though it didn't work out. At the start of it, he looked a little bit more like frantic, and his energy was a bit kind of all over the place on those first few waves.
Yeah, he's going to need something dynamic. I've seen him do some big airs in the warm-up sessions. We'll see if he can pull that out. But meanwhile, let's check out how we got here. This is the Harvey Norman recap. Mark Lacamar was able to perform, and he's in the lead, Luke.
Yeah, this is the opening wave we saw. I think he rode it at the same time as Rafael Teixeira. Aiden Mason-Camp, proving that his backhand hack probably just about rivals his frontside hack. Big finishing move here. Waterfall of water behind him. Rides out, gives the salute. This is this really bowly inside left. Mark Lacamar, steep. And then just gets a little airdrop.
Lacamar takes the lead with that last wave, a 6.07. Mason-Camp in the advancing second place position. Priority with the Brazilian, Rafael Teixeira. Rafael leads a 6.65. You can see it in the needs column on your screen. Teixeira sitting the deepest on the left right now. And we'll see how he answers this challenge as we fly by on our Feeling New Sydney flight cam, giving us a bird's eye view of our competitors. And we just passed the NRMA 5-minute warning, so things are tightening up right now in this fourth heat of our opening round.
That sun's popped out a little bit now too, finally this morning. Can really appreciate this beautiful part of the coastline here. I mean, Welcome to Country was this morning too, and they were talking about how pristine this area is. It's just like such a good part of the New South Wales coast.
Oh, there's a whole region of lakes in behind us here to go and explore and go fishing. It is a great area. The whole Northern Beaches is just a magic stretch of coast.
Teixeira here. Just a little bit of busy work. Needs something impactful for the finish. Slides in the white water. May have needed more to get the score. Here's our heat leader, Lachmar. Wow. Slashing layback finish.
Yeah, that was cool. You can see, like you were saying, like he is such a big guy. Like the amount of time he had to take to bring that rail all the way back around there.
So I feel like there's laybacks that we see a lot of now that are somewhat manufactured, and then there's just genuine big layback jams, and this is one of them. Looking forward to seeing this again. Just sets up with the cutback. Eyes off the section, and there it is. Huge turn to finish. So I'm thinking that maybe this wave could even go beyond his 6.07.
Mark Lachamar looked like he would be a winner in a limbo contest with that last layback there. A lot of flexibility. We'll see what the number comes through. Waiting for that number, as well as a score for Rafael Teixeira. Remember, Teixeira in third place. He was a 6.65 to get into the advancing second place position. Just 3 minutes remaining.
Yeah, with Saxon Reid with all the work to do at the moment, it is going to be one wave if he wants to do it. You're looking again at Rafael's wave. That bright pink board just popping off the wave face. Chasing down the section. A little bit of fin drift through the inside. Not really an opportunity for a major maneuver though, Kaipo.
Yeah, and he didn't get the number. He got a 4.57. He improved upon his scoreline, but did not get the number required to get into second place.
So it's looking like, well, you'd have to say Aiden Massenkamp's still within his scope to leap to first. He's posted a 7.07. A 7.01's in reach for him if he wants to better his situation. Really, it's like Rafael Teixeira's situation to chase down now to advance into second position.
There's Lachamar's last score. He did improve upon his scoreline. One judge going as high as a 7.5. That was quite a spread there. Right closing out for Aiden. Yes. Saxon in the green jersey needs excellent. He's got priority right now. This young man.
I'm sure he's got a few fans on the beach from the Northern Beaches kind of willing him to pull this off. They know what he's capable of. He would have surfed here, you know, quite a number of times. As George Pitar pointed out earlier, he's from Manly, but even to make the trip up to Narrabeen for someone from Manly is kind of a, you know, it's psychologically more than geographically a big trip.
Oh, this might be his opportunity.
Let's go, Saxon. Here we go. Looking down the line. Wants something, wants a ramp, wants a end section. Throws it up there. Nice maneuver, rode out of it, but I don't know if that was excellent.
No, but it's good to see Saxon finishing with what was probably his best single maneuver of the heat so far. Unfortunately, as you pointed out before, there's no repecharge heats on the Challenger Series though, Kaipo.
Yep. 50% advancement only. Take another replay right here, Jess.
Yeah, crisp, like good timing for him, but one turn is not going to put you up into the nines at the Challenger Series, and that's going to be a takeaway for Saxon if he can't get another opportunity. I mean, 25 seconds, he could just zip out in this little rip and find a little ramp, but yeah, good takeaway for him. He just needed to be working on that wave choice at the start. It's so tricky with these conditions.
Well, it does improve the situation. Now needs the 7.81 to advance. Rafael Teixeira still chasing the 6.65. Down to the last 10, Kaipo.
This is going to be it, and there's not enough opportunity. No waves coming through right here. It's official. It's going to be Mark Lockamore as well as Aiden Mason-Camp moving on to the round of 64. It makes me think right now we're ready to move on into the next heat. There's the numbers from heat number 4. We'll be back with heat number 5. We're going to bring in Ronnie, Richie, Laura right after this.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of the WSL Australia, by Destination New South Wales, official strategic sponsor of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy, by Harvey Norman, official lifestyle destination of the WSL Australia, and by Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of the WSL Australia. Welcome back to the show. We're moving through that opening round for the men. We're into Heat 5 now. And we've got another great lineup here on the Harvey Norman host set. Once again, Ronnie Blakey joined by Laura Enova and Richie Lovett. Challenging morning out there for the competitors, Rich, but we've seen some big moves laid down in those first few heats.
Yeah, a little tricky, but it's always good to throw a bit of a wild card out there and see what our competitors can do. But they're figuring it out. Those big turns, they're paying off. It's a theme that is really starting to resonate with our competitors.
Yeah, for sure. The trends are becoming evident to those competitors, it seems like, Laura. And, you know, if you can throw something big on an end section, add a bit of progression, you're probably going to get up toward that excellent range, maybe even break into the 8s.
For sure. I mean, I feel like the judges are showing what they're chasing today, and the surfers are adapting. And, you know, every heat's seen, you know, surfers getting up into the 7, almost 8 range. So I feel like, you know, everything's there to be to have excellent waves surfed, and yeah, we've got some good heats coming up.
Yeah, unbelievable, including a really kind of different field when you look at the countries represented out there in the lineup at the moment. From Morocco, we've got Teva Bouchgua. He's going to kick things off with a 3.83 in the white. It's Josh Burke from Barbados. We've got Kian Martin out there from Sweden. He actually qualified via the Asian regional ranks. And then Thiago Kariki, the Frenchman, is in the red. So this is going to be a lot of fun. We've got Kian looking at one here at the moment, loading up potentially for something big down the line. Gets ankle tap before he can get to the ramp. So it'll be a throwaway number for him.
Yeah, living in Bali, spending a lot of time there, and obviously not a bad place to really hone your skills and work on your technique. And and boards, etc. So, yeah, totally different to what you normally see in Bali out here today. Really cold this morning, lots of wind, plenty of swell.
Yeah, pretty cool. Swedish, Brazilian, and grown up in Bali surfing Canggu as a break, as a grom. How fun is that? Here he goes. On the inside, he's found a big wall and a huge bash.
Wow.
That was
solid.
sick.
Well, he spent a lot of time surfing around that Canggu area, that sandbar there. It, much like North Narrabeen, packs him pretty hard. It does get that convergence at different stages.
Yeah, you know, the right is the most sort of famous part of the beach there, but there is a left down the beach that is sort of like this, you know, it comes in a big teepee and has big sections, and Keon just smashed that one and held on, looking nice and strong.
Yeah, this was such a critical turn, threw it right up there.
And hung on for the finish there. So just surfed his first Challenger Series event up there on the Gold Coast. He was 5th on the Asian QS rankings, and his best result from those events was a 3rd place finish in the NIAS Pro. So yeah, he's starting to build now, starting to build a pretty healthy little portfolio of competition results. But Kian, he's sort of been touted for a long time.
Yeah.
Showed a lot of promise as a grom.
Yeah, took out the junior series over there as well. So just obviously making that transition now into the big leagues, and pretty cool to just come and jump onto this series and just get a feel for it, really.
Sure is, yeah, and we're seeing that movement, no doubt, a big push coming from the new generation on the Challenger Series, Stace. But the old dogs, the experienced minds, are still getting those heat wins.
Yeah, that's right, Ron. Once you get over the hill, you pick up speed, mate. Well done, Mark.
Thank you, bro.
Windy day at Senyos out there.
Yeah, it's pretty similar to home, and but a lot of opportunities, so pretty stoked to make the hit.
What was your thoughts on the call this morning? Obviously a lot of deliberation, then we're on hold. You pretty pumped to get out there?
Yeah, I surfed this morning. I saw some wave for sure. It was hard with the wind, and it's even stronger now, but I'd rather surf this than a soft wave, so for me it works good.
And talk to me about equipment coming from Snapper down to here. Do you change anything up?
Yeah, actually I surfed the same rocker, but I did a kind of a mistake over there. It was pretty soft, but my boards are working good here, so that's good.
Certainly looked that way. Thanks for your time, Mark. Well done.
Thank you, Stace. Yeah, pretty solid heat score total there, 14.07. He's one of the campaigners on the Challenger Series. When there's some size in the water, his chances of progressing through the rounds improve. He's a solid unit. He's got big turns, and he's very comfortable in these punchy sort of sand bottom waves.
Yeah, and looking at this week's forecast, I know a lot of the crew were hoping today like this wind wouldn't be too strong, just so they could get out there with that bit of chunk, that swell. We've seen it coming in throughout the day. I think we were all expecting it to be a bit bigger than it was today, but still the biggest day of the holding period.
Let's see what happened during the interview. Kian Martin continues to rack up some numbers here, Rick.
Yeah, that was I believe that was a replay of that last ride. Critical turn there. You said he made the transition to the Challenger Series. He's also made a transition from being a little kid, a little grommet, into somewhat of a man. So going through a big growth spurt, and that's a difficult thing to navigate through when you're a surfer. And you know, your boards change, your weight changes, kind of everything. Your style kind of adjusts a little bit as well. So you know, he's definitely come out the other side of it and starting to put some good surfing on show here.
Well, 5.5 for one turn there, and that's got to make you feel pretty confident with your surfing. So just he knows what to look for now, and he's in the lead.
Powering. Yeah, Josh Burke, he's another competitor that impressed us at Snapper Rocks.
So maybe he actually picked up another wave that was really similar. Kian on that, he's dropped a 6.33, so building a very good heat total already.
Maybe
in the
it
early
was a
stages.
different turn, but same wave, different turn.
Pay attention, you two. Let's have a look at this one. This might be the number that we're thinking
here it
of.
is.
So you're spot on. He did pick off an insider there on his way back out, 6.33, and he knows it's good because we haven't seen a whole lot of it today. And even though it was a smaller wave,
I was wondering when we were going to see someone take to the air, and here it is.
Yeah, well, you can see where the panel's wanting these surfers to go. You know, I think big power hits on, as you said, Laura, chunky end sections. That'll fetch you a healthy number. But if you load up and take to the sky, there's some points there too.
Yeah, well, it's really where the goofy footers have got a bit of an edge, I feel like, over the natural footers. And you said earlier, and I still believe you're correct, in that these pockety little lefts are suited to that natural foot style. They can get nice and tight in the pocket. So as a goofy footer, what can you do? And obviously taking to the air is a huge advantage. You've got eyes on the line. As you approach the lip, you can really set up that air section, and this wind is kind of playing in their favour as well.
For sure. I feel like the natural footers want to find that short pockety ride where they can just go up and down real quick in the pocket, but the goofy footers, they can find that more stretched out wall. They can pick up a lot more speed and then do something different and exciting.
Not much doing for Tiago, the 21-year-old. Surfing just his second Challenger Series event. 19.5 minutes to go. He's going to have work to do here. But it's really been all about Kian Martin so far. No one else has really kind of gotten going. That is until now. Oh, Josh Burke with on his way to a really solid score there. Couldn't finish it off.
Yeah, missed opportunity there, but just couldn't push through that foam. You never know what you're going to get at that end section, and unfortunately he just went up a bit too late and got exploded in that whitewash.
Yeah, well, I think you know you're going to get hammered if you fall off, so really important
You're
to...
literally going to be picking sand out of your ears for like 3 days after today.
Got an incredible international lineup here, but you know, this is the northern beaches of Sydney have been a massive breeding ground for champion surfers, world champion surfers, CT surfers. North Narrabeen in particular, Laura, who are some of the greats that you looked up to as a Grom? Oh, and still do.
Yeah, so many. I mean, it just feels like ever since I was young, I can just remember there being heroes coming out of North Narrabeen. North Narrabeen board rider's been around since 64. As we see Green up and riding. Nice, smooth-looking wave here. Getting the finish.
Tabor is an exceptional surfer from Morocco, and you know it seems like sort of the obvious statement to make because he's a goofy footer, and we've seen Ramsey book him on the CT, but he actually surfs on the backhand especially a lot like Ramsey.
He's got such a smooth style. I was looking through his Instagram just before, and he surfs absolutely amazing. This really nice hook in the pocket there. And another one, beautiful timing, so much flow in his surfing, and yeah, just love that style he's got.
Ramsey, I think, would be tuned in watching this heat, so sending him all the love in the world.
Ramsey.
He's recovering from injury, and just hope to see him back on the CT at some stage soon. He's just such an exceptional surfer. Didn't really get an opportunity to show us what he's capable of this year, unfortunately.
Yeah, heartbreak for Ramsey, just getting injured right before Pipe started, so, you know, spent 10 years on this qualifying tour just to qualify and miss out. Yeah, it's just heartbreak there, but I'm sure Ramsey is just mentally preparing to come back and take some limbs.
Yeah, for sure. He's cut him off with those big power hacks. Just under 17 minutes to go here. Super impressed with what we've seen from Kian Martin so far. You know, that quick start, Rich, getting a couple of decent scores on the board early. It can really set you up to control the back half of a heat, and Kian's in a position now just waiting probably for his turn with ultimate priority out there to really increase his heat score total now.
Yeah, it's a power position to be in, really, and you can start bullying everyone around a little bit. And you know, the priority order is still important, not as critical as we saw up at Snappo when there was defined sets and clearly better waves. You know, there's a little bit of hit and miss today. You've got to get your reps up, and Kian's done it brilliantly. You know, he's got 2 decent scores, but he's not done. He can start to build and really solidify that first place. Pressure starting to build at the halfway mark here for the other competitors, no doubt.
We were saying on the Gold Coast, Laura, and you can touch on it, having surfed thousands of heats in your career. You know, on the Challenger Series, it seems like, you know, before you can really settle into that head-to-head mindset and the chess game, which is head-to-head competition and priority, these are the toughest rounds to survive. 4 surfers in the lineup. Any slip-up or mistake puts you at the bottom end of priority. It's so hard to come back.
Yeah, especially at a wave like Snapper, I feel like you have a bit more moving ground, I guess, here at Narrabeen. If you do slip up, you can go down the beach further, but if you're at a point break and you make a mistake, you're really going to pay for it. And it is all about being in priority when that best wave comes through. So, I mean, I feel like, yeah, these 4-man heats are so tough. You just have to have your A game on, stick to your plan, but also be able to adapt and just feel comfortable throughout any point in there.
I like what you said there. You can maybe turn around a mistake or clean it up a little quicker here on these shorter, punchier waves. We've got just on 14.5 minutes to go. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. More round 1 action right after this.
For me, coming home, spending time with the family and getting away and seeing Australia, for me, that's what it's all about. Staying at NRMA Parks and Resorts, it's always fun. The facilities are second to none. From basic camping into the cabins, or glamping might be your thing. There's just so much to do. We can go for a surf, we can go for a bike ride, we could even go for a skate. Perfect opportunity to disconnect from those things that hold you at home. That's the stuff that memories are made of.
Oh, Richie, love it. That looked like a little dream escape.
It was, mate. It was awesome just getting away with the kids and not that far away from home, really. So quick shot up the freeway and a little paradise. But no, those the parks are so equipped, so much good stuff going on there. And yeah, detach from reality for a little while, get away.
Beautiful. As we see Kian Martin here on the replay, this one during the break, just a couple of turns. Another cool thing is they've got one of their parks right here at North Narrabeen, and when you think about it, there isn't a campground on the Sydney coastline other than North Narrabeen.
Yeah,
this is the place to come.
It is. That caravan park's been there as long as I can remember, and we actually used to go down there and camp. I mean, I lived, 10-minute bike ride inland, but we would go and camp every weekend down at the North Narrabeen Caravan Park. Just, it was so good being able to jump out of the tent as a kid and just like paddle out the lake and go surfing. It's right here, so yeah, couldn't be closer as a grown.
A1 location.
Incredible.
The parents were stoked. They'd just be like, we're just going to perch up on the grass and you guys can go surfing all day.
I wouldn't recommend it, but the bridge jump is pretty fun.
It is fun.
But it's also, I can imagine your parents, Laura, when you were a kid, you and your brother Chris, setting up a tent down at the caravan park and letting you guys know that you got somewhere else to sleep for a couple of nights.
Yeah, they probably just went home like, we're going to leave the kids down there.
Well, just under 11 minutes remaining here. Kian Martin Still hanging on to this lead. But Teva is starting to build. The Moroccan surfer dropped the 5.83 earlier on. Not going to get some opportunities probably to see him on that backhand. He's going to need to really lean into his forehand approach. But he's well travelled. You mentioned just checking out his Instagram and seeing some good clips. Kian. He's busted his stick here by the looks of things. 10 minutes to go. I guess the good thing about a busted board for this guy at the moment is that he's already established a pretty decent little lead here.
Yeah, he's been really busy, surfing twice the amount of waves as everyone else. Get a little backup board, looks like a crease.
Yeah, I don't see the caddy running into the water today. Just a little bit too chilly. Not needed.
Yeah, he's in the lead. We don't need to get the socks wet today.
He's in the lead, but he's not completely safe.
No, I know what you're saying. He's, you know, he's holding the strongest ride, that 6.33, but have a look. Everyone else has kind of got one of those mid-range scores and can make a strike at that #1 position as well.
Yeah, they're starting to come back and they're starting to build their own tally here. A bad wave for Teva, just dropping in there at a 5.83. So not too far off the pace. And we know that, you know, you can get a couple of waves here in quick succession. Only takes 2 or 3 minutes to ride a wave, get back out there, maybe find an insider so you can turn a heat really quickly here.
Just talking about the new format, the regional qualifying series over the past couple of seasons. I've called a few of the events here in Australia, and it's amazing just how quickly you become familiar with the next group of rising talent, and they establish domestically good names for themselves. And as we move through the different WSL regions on the Challenger Series, you know, you've already built a little bit of support as you go out there and represent your country in your own region. I love that about this new format.
Yeah, I absolutely love it as well. I think the coolest thing is seeing the camaraderie on the Challenger Series. Most people from, you know, the same country, the same region will come together, they'll travel together, they'll support each other on the beach. We're seeing it right now, like you guys said, with the Americans, that 2% crew, they're all down there supporting each other. Just saw the South Africans just supporting Connor before, and obviously the Brazilians, they have set the standard for many years of what it means to support each other. So it's really cool to see all these different, you know, groups and regions come together and just kind of act like, obviously it's an individual sport, but have each other's backs. Exactly.
On the regional qualifiers too, Rich, you know, there is a chance after a decade of campaigning, someone like Mark Lackermeyer, for example, might say, I don't think I've got an international qualifying series campaign in me this year.
Yeah.
However, doing the regional qualifiers and getting yourself into a position to get onto the Challenger Series, it makes that decision a little bit easier.
Sure.
And you know that you've got 6 events to really turn up and potentially lock in a CT place.
Yeah, it is a way more compact system. And here we go.
Lofty. Tiago there just sending it on the final section out into the flats. He got obliterated, but I liked it. I like the setup.
Yeah, good approach. He knew he had to do something pretty special if he wants to claw his way out of 4th position there. But yeah, back to your point, it is clearer stepping stones now. There's a clear pathway. And if you want to just do the regionals, focus on that, you can. But if you really have aspirations of going onto the Challenger Series and then eventually onto the World Tour, you know, it's all there for the taking.
Love that setup. That was so close. That wave wasn't actually flat. He was trying to land it on a downhill section. The transition not friendly. Just on 6 minutes and 20 seconds to go here. Let's check in with our man who's out and about at every venue on the Challenger Series schedule. It's Kaipo.
Nothing's better than my Bailey ladder. We're over here at the Bailey Ladders leaderboard, taking a glimpse into the future, the round of 64, where we will see #1 on the Challenger Series leaderboard, Sammy Pupo. He's going to be coming up against Lucas Silveira, Kaoli Vaz, and Aiden Mason-Camp. That is going to be a challenging start for Challenger Series #1 when he gets into the water. We'll see how it all plays out here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy.
Oh, we love it. And it can't be far away, the Kaipo signature ladder. It's got to be in the works. They're working on some stuff. And yeah, I've got my hand up. I'm going to get the pre-order in. You know it's going to be special.
They'll sell out fast.
Just over 5 minutes to go here. Keon Martin still maintains that lead. But there is 3 surfers behind him, all in a position to launch for one of those top 2 spots.
Yeah, pretty interesting just looking at the long point score breakdown that we can see. Everyone's gotten their 2 scores back to back in this heat so far.
It's like just finding that bit of rhythm and finding that little click with what waves to sort of go and what turns to do.
Yeah, the master is going to, of this event, the champion is going to be the surfer that finds a good read on it. While it looks somewhat messy and unpredictable, there's something to tap into out there, Rich. We've seen it a few times today. Billy Stearman, in his heat, it felt like he just turned this place into a short section at Raglan. He just had it so dialed with his timing. He was also super explosive with that razor-sharp backhand. It's, I don't know, it's out there to be figured out.
Yeah, it is, and sometimes it's just about having a good attitude before you hit the water. Obviously, all the talent's there, and you've got to figure it out. But it kind of be easy to get eggy today and just go, oh, it's not looking that great out there, and put yourself in a negative mind space. Staying positive is always, for me, just a huge advantage.
You really turned around a pretty eggy mindset this morning before stepping into the booth. I've been really impressed.
Thanks, mate.
Ramping things right up.
No, I just needed to finish off that cup of tea, mate.
Well, let's dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap here. Keon Martin has been on the attack, big sections, and delivering huge turns.
Yeah, 5.5 for that one turn, and then he backed it up straight away with his 6.33 and going to the air, one of the first we've seen today. So down that way down the beach as well. I love how he's just working out this North Narrabeen lineup.
Yeah, and this was Tiva up and riding on his forehand, just slamming that final section. Jeez, he was a millisecond off getting absolutely clipped on that thing, but did well to ride out. That was his best ride.
Yeah, Keon also with a busted board as we have a look now from above, courtesy of the Feel New Sydney flight cam. Haven't been into the city yet on this trip, Rich. Might have to save it for the for finals night.
Yeah, we can venture in there, mate.
Wrapping up what's been an amazing run of events here in Australia. The CT, obviously, the Challenger Series, and then we had those major regional qualifying contests in the lead up to those first CT events too. So a lot of these competitors have been on a big run, and a few of them in the mix, even getting the call up to surf in those championship tour events. So we're nearing the end of the Aussie leg, and then we'll set our sights on the Surf Ranch at the end of this month for stop number 6 on the championship tour rankings, and so much happening there too. There's some big dogs starting to make their move towards the final 5. Gabriel Medina and John Florence.
Yeah, they're poised, aren't they?
Oh.
They're just really starting to eye off those positions.
Oh, if you're in 4th and 5th spot, you must be looking over your shoulder.
Especially coming into the wave pool event. You know, that's a pet event for Gabriel for sure, and he's back.
And you can get your tickets now for the Surf Ranch Pro. Use that QR code, Ranch 10, for 10% off your tickets. It's going to be a big one. There's going to be some heat staged at night on the opening day of the event, which will be a lot of fun.
No way.
Under lights.
Wow.
That's going to be all time. And the just put a completely different look and feel on the place.
So these surfers will get a sleep in. Kelly will love that. He's actually probably designed that format, hasn't he? He hates an early wake up. He's like, we're only doing the comp here if we surf at night.
Kelly will really be looking to rally and getting himself a huge result. He's got big goals for the end of the year. Of course, his legacy just rock solid, set in stone. But he wants more. He always seems to be able to climb his way to the top end of the ratings through the back half of a championship tour season. Winding down now, 40 seconds to go here. Some movement at the takeoff zone.
This will be a bit of an upset for Josh Burke right now.
Yeah, he's a talent. One, I think, that has the respect of his peers with his performances, and he just hasn't been able to put it together out there. He's only looking for a 6.49, which, might be a hefty number for a lot of surfers in this event, but not for Josh. Tiago's going to get a foamy one on the inside. He'll need to launch. Swings that tail. Nice kick. And there's the frustration there from Josh.
Yeah, it felt like he just sat with priority and couldn't find any of those waves to give him the opportunity.
Tabor's going to hang on to second position here. Kian Martin's going to get the victory. They'll be powering on through to that next round, taking up those spots against the seeded surfers. As we wrap this one up, a close one between first and second. And Josh Burke and Tiago Karaki, they will look to really battle back when we get over to South Africa for the event at Bolido.
Yeah, pretty brutal stuff. We're already sending people home this morning. Sending and packing. Their Aussie assault is well and truly done.
We're going to take a quick break here. Stay with us. We've got some big names in the water next.
My family and my friends, all of the memories. There's no place like home, and this place really does have a special feeling in my heart. You come to Sydney and no one's sleeping in here. Everyone's out and about doing amazing things, coastal walks, coffee. Everyone loves to be outdoors and just taking in the beautiful energy around us. Just started the morning off with a surf at Narrabeen, then up to my favourite coffee stop at Zuby Narrabeen. Went and checked out a couple of the coastal walks, some really cool places you can just see, whole lineup and break. And then over to throw some clay around, which is something I wanted to do for a long time at Throw Clay Studios. Northern Beaches coastline is just beautiful. You've got amazing waves all up and down the coast, cafes, restaurants, surf clubs, each that make these beaches so different and unique.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Here on the Harvey Norman host set with Richie Lovett and Laura Enever, who featured in that clip. Laura, that looked like a lot of fun.
Ziggy's going to have to talk to the production team about those angles.
Yeah, the camera does pack a little bit on. I feel him. As we go out to the lineup now, live action, I mentioned there's some big names in the water at the moment. We just saw one of them, but he didn't get down the line. We're seeing another one finish this wave off, but it's Jordan Lawler, the local from North Narrabeen, who's out there in the white. We saw Joshua Moniz up He's in the red. Ryan Kainola, the Brazilian, is out there in the blue, and we've got Kai Martin, another Hawaiian in the mix here, is out there in the green. So a great heat. I like this one on paper. I think it's one of my favourites from the opening round. Love seeing Josh back and doing what he does best. Stylish surfing, big turns. Of course, had that horrific injury over in Portugal, free surfing, a couple of years back, and he's just such a fantastic surfer.
Yeah, he's such a strong all-round surfer, charges, and so good to see him back here and doing what he loves. So this heat, though, Geordie Lawler, the local out here, have been excited to see what he's going to make of this lineup today.
Yeah, Geordie's been campaigning for a while now. He actually got really close to qualifying, ended up getting some replacement spots a couple of years back. It was the start of last year, actually. Yeah. And, yeah, put in a solid performance at Pipe. Didn't get through a whole lot of heats, but I don't know. I think it just saw him lift to a new level. He sort of settled into this, you know, high end of the Challenger Series field now, and always consistent. But he'll want to put on a good show here as we see Josh up again. A 5 for this one.
There's some good solid turns there from Josh. And he's starting to build. Figuring out this lineup on the go.
It's a riddle out there today.
It's an absolute riddle, and as you know, for every surfer that seems to be figuring it out, there are some that are just completely out of rhythm. And, you know, that 30 minutes goes pretty quick, and you can just be left in the wilderness out there, not find anything, and just have an absolute shocker. This is Josh. Final hit. A little bit of extra power, a bit of extra oomph in it. Love to see it.
It must be difficult, you know, to get bumped out of these events early on when you're, you know, just getting your campaign started and you're really going into the new Challenger Series season with such high expectations. Geordie Lawler didn't really get through as many heats as maybe he expected he would up there at Snapper Rocks, but he's going to try and make up for it here at home. Swings a neat little reverse there. Not a lot of height in it though, so don't expect it to go too big on the scale. And now we're seeing Kai up. Haven't seen too much of his surfing, but you can tell he's switched on, looking energetic on this wave. Bit of foam on the face, so hard to set those fins and sink a rail. He's gone to that attacking the pocket approach, but really was just chipping away at that wave.
Yeah, good to get on the board, Kai, and yeah, solid surfing. I mean, kind of didn't really have a lot to give him there, and but he did the best with what he had.
Yeah, just small scores at the start of the heat so far. Let's have a look at the replay here. So this is Kai, sets this one up. Little lip line for the first, and then a snap for the second. Comes through to the inside, just tags the lip again. And a little foamy end section, just gets a little wiggle to finish off. So I guess a settler wave is what you could call it. Just,
I mean, he did well. There was a lot of foam on that wave, so just to even keep that amount of speed is a lot of talent.
Yeah, really difficult when you've got all that turbulent water underneath your board and it's disrupting the flow, the hydrodynamics of it working, and yeah, these guys doing very well.
A lot of waves rolling in, plenty of sets, plenty of opportunity out there, but I mean, you just see opportunity all over the place from here on the beach. But Stace, must be difficult for the competitors out there in the lineup.
Yeah, definitely challenging, and challenging to select a wetsuit, Kian. You're boiling out there.
Yeah, so I was kind of not used to the cold. I live in Bali, but I wasn't sure like what to wear. And right before my heat, I was almost gonna take a short leg, long arm, but I was like, just stick to the plan. I've been using the 32 steamer all every morning, every day. Stuck to it, but I was a bit hot, like fouling around, just catching too many waves, but it was good. Let's go.
First ever heat made on the Challenger. You must be stoked.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's a relief. I was definitely super nervous coming into like these events, but I had such a shocker and snapper, so it kind of changed my game plan. Kind of like nothing to lose, you know, and I just didn't want to lose. And I came back here and made my first heat, so let's keep it going. Let's go.
In convincing fashion. Well done. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you, Stace. That's a big moment for the youngster. I mean, there's a long way to go in this event, but just breaking through for your first win, you can see what it means to him. He's buzzing. As we now see Ryan up. Kainolo, and just gets the finish there. But still waiting for a major turn, an opportunity to really sink that board into something significant. As Geordie Lawler takes off, nice layback. Gets a little swamped in the white water, but gets back out in front of it. Oh, he does incredibly well to almost right out of the foam there.
Yeah, I mean, Geordie surfs out here every single day. I mean, when I'm rolling out of bed at 7:40. Anyway, when I'm coming down to the beach, Geordie's always getting out of the surf, and he's out at Northie every day, even in the off season in summer, out there for the early. He knows this wave so well, and he's taken to the air and doing a lot of great surfing.
The most experienced in terms of local knowledge for sure. You know, obviously we got some other locals, but Geordie's he seems to always be out here.
Geordie Lawler's had a big win here on the Northern Beaches too. His biggest victory in his career was down at Manly Beach. And another surfer that has had some success here on the Northern Beaches we're hoping to catch up with a little later in this heat. I'm going to leave you hanging on that one, but just under 20 minutes to go here. Josh Moniz, he had a 5 and has backed it up with a 4.5 to put himself out in front here. Geordie's, it feels like he's got a high-scoring ride in him. I like the start of that last wave. He's got a lot of different weapons he can call on here. Just arrived a bit late to the final section on that last one to really let go of something special, but he's in a good position to make a strike at the lead. Needs just a 5.47. The Brazilian Ryan is in third position at the moment after a 4.13, and Kai Martin doesn't need much at all, just a 3.79 to get to second place. And here he goes. Just hoping this wave reconnects with the sandbar down the line, and unfortunately it completely fades away. Kainalo working away at a similar type of wave, bit of foam on the face, difficult to really get anything major done. But as I said, another surfer that had great success here on Sydney's Northern Beaches with a victory at the Sydney Surf Pro in 2017 is Jesse Mendez. He joins us now. Good to see you, Jess. How are you?
What's up, everyone? It's great to have you be with you guys here.
Man, look, this has been so fun to watch the Challenger Series get underway. Did you tune into much of Snapper Rocks?
Actually, I wasn't able to watch much of Snapper Rocks because I was in a very remote island in Indo and the internet was very bad, but I did get to watch Sammy win, which was amazing. I watched the semis and the finals. We were on our way back and we had a little layover in Jakarta and we were able to watch, so that was great.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, it was an amazing victory and obviously so impressive that he was able just to gather himself after the disappointment of not making the cut, and he only really just missed out. But many of us predicted that Sammy Pupo would bounce back in a big way, and thank goodness he didn't let us down.
Yes, definitely. And it was actually very impressive. Like you said, once you fall off tour, there's so much pressure, so much thoughts going in your head, and a lot of them just negative thoughts. So it's very hard to bounce back and straight to it. He had an amazing performance. I think it was one of the best surfers I ever seen him do it. And he really pushed his level to what he usually surfs in free surfing, so that was great to watch. And I think that was very important for him to just bounce back straight away, take the win, and just get some confidence back on.
Yeah, good stuff. Hey, Jesse, I want to tap into your winning knowledge of this event. Obviously, you got the win down at Manly there, but what do you think it's going to take here at Narrabeen?
Actually, looking at the forecast, looks like we have waves all the way through. The year I won at Manly, we had a lot of waves actually, and it was very fun. One of the best Manlys I've ever surfed, but I think we can finish that after this ride from Kai Martin. But yeah, I think what it's going to take, it looks like the waves are solid, and I think whoever keeps it simple and just sticks to selecting the right waves and just solid sections and doing 2 big turns, it's going to have a lot of advantage, and obviously solid surfers, guys that are good on rail and good on big sections are going to be the ones to win this event.
As we see now, Joshua Moniz up, and he's looking to get rid of a 4.5 here to increase this lead. Bit of foam on the face, but he does do very well there. I wanted to chat to you, Jesse, just about these events running back-to-back. Snapper Rocks is such a different lineup, obviously. Right-hand point break here, it's a left. It's a big change-up, and it could really even up the ratings leaving Australia.
Yeah, and that's what's great. You kind of want the best surfers out of the year to qualify, and if you have that mix, that type of different conditions, it's really going to narrow it down to everyone, or who are the guys that are more adaptable to any conditions. So it's great to see Narrabeen. I haven't surfed that wave so much. I've only competed once, and that was 12 years ago. And I surfed a little bit when I came for the mainly events, but it looks like such a fun left, and there's big ramps and big sections, so I'm excited to watch the end of this heat and the event as well.
For sure, yeah. I think the competitors like Snapper Rocks were blessed with some pretty fun waves in the lead up to the competition, so everyone should have kind of figured things out. Obviously, it's pretty messy and chunky out there today. Jesse, just thinking about the Challenger Series schedule, we know we're going to see a big change at the end of the season this year. Haleiwa, it's not on the schedule. Saquarema is going to be the destination for the final event. What do you think we can expect there crowd-wise, and how excited are the Brazilian surf fans to see the Challenger Series wrap up there?
Yes, it's great news for Brazilians. Obviously, finishing it at home, it's a great advantage. You get the local crowd cheering for you. You get no difference of time, not much of time travels to get there, so you're definitely going to be more rest up. And you see Ryan up and riding.
Yeah, just the one hit there.
Yeah, but just back to what I was saying. And also, I think the most advantage when it's not your local break, but home, you tend to surf a bunch of events growing up, so you have so much experience on your background. So that's a big advantage for all those surfers that are from Brazil that surf that wave so much. So it's going to be great to see it finishing there, and we can expect a huge crowd as always in Brazil, and it's going to be fun and exciting.
Awesome, man. Well, sorry that you didn't catch much of Snapper. We're all kind of a little bit jealous that you're on a remote island somewhere, probably scoring really good waves. But always good to catch up with you. And yeah, we wish you well and can't wait to catch up again soon.
Sounds good, guys. Yeah, it was awesome to talk to you guys. And yeah, see you soon.
Jesse Mendez there joining us via the Boost mobile stay connected call, the former Triple Crown champ. He's an absolute legend and has also been stepping into the commentary booth a little bit lately. I really enjoyed his insights. We're going to take a quick break here. Just under 13 minutes to go. Josh Moniz is hanging on to the lead. Geordie Lawler in second place.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. The sun is shining here at North Narrabeen. It's turned into a cracker morning. I'm here with Will Hayden-Smith with an updated call. Will, what are we up to?
Yeah, we've seen a bit of all conditions this morning, haven't we? A bit of wind, rain, sun, good surf, clean surf, bumpy surf. But we've made the call that we're going to just finish with the 8 heats of men's round of 80 today. So women's round of 48, men's round 2 are off, and we've got 2 more heats to go for the day, and come back again tomorrow around 7:15 for a call.
And outlook for the rest of the week?
Yeah, it's a tricky question because today's forecast was pretty wrong. So it's hard to know how much we can rely on what we're seeing for the rest of the week. We're hoping that this south swell gets a touch more east in it as the days progress, and that is way better for Narrabeen. A little bit of east makes a big difference here, so fingers crossed for tomorrow.
Indeed. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Stace. So a couple more heats to come after this one, and then we'll be wrapping the day. I like it. There's still been some great highlight moments. We will have a little WSL post show running through some of those. 10 minutes remaining here, and it's the Hawaiian Josh Moniz who's out in front at the moment. Just been building nicely. Tactically, he surfed a pretty smart heat so far.
Yeah, he has. He got started so quick and dropped a couple of scores, and now he's building. That last score, I think, was his best.
Geordie Lawler out there in the lineup at the moment. And he's actually been pushed back in the 3rd spot, so this ride could prove pretty important for him.
Oh, just gets the little layback slide to finish off, and I think by Geordie's standards, he really is hoping for a little bit more in these final minutes. Hasn't really connected with a good-looking wave yet.
He's after a 4.58 to get up in the second. Kai Martin holding that down at the moment. And Ryan Kainolo, the young Brazilian, been super impressive on the regional ranks there to earn his place here in the Challenger Series.
Yeah, only 17 years old. I feel like he must be one of the youngest in the pack at this event, but he's surfing way beyond his years, and cool to see him on the main stage. What a moment.
Yeah, surfing really well, kind of shades of Federico Moraes, I think, in his style. Just that sort of taller, lankier surfer, a bit more upright. And, very stable stance.
Well, this is a good test for him, the youngster. This is a really stacked heat.
Yeah, this is a hard one. On paper, you'd be looking at this. And I think in these conditions, if you were Ryan, you'd be sort of going, do you know what? This is more about me and the ocean rather than who I'm up against. And if I just go out there and try and find a couple little gems, I'm going to do all right.
I mean, I feel like where he can find confidence is, the waves here in Narrabeen, these beach breaks, they're so similar to the beach breaks in Brazil. And, you have everything. You can see there's a bit of a current happening out there at the moment with that low tide. You just have to keep adapting. And I feel like that's where the Brazilians are so good.
Rich, I suppose that, it's dangerous to think too much about who you're up against as far as big names go in a heat like this too, if you're a youngster.
Yeah, I think it's more when it comes down to man-on-man heats, that's when you really kind of eye your opponent off and you think about what weapon they're going to bring to the table and what advantage you can maybe have over them. In these 4-man heats, it's definitely more about just kind of make sure you are in tune with the conditions. Don't buy in too much about who you have, because that can create nerves as it is anyway, as we see Ryan up and riding.
There's a better combination from the Grom, who's after a 5.9 to get up in the 2nd spot. So just looking a little bit more in flow there as he got those 2 big hits done, just under 7 minutes to go. Did you used to look at a heat draw, Laura, and give yourself sleepless nights thinking about how tough your opponents were going to be?
I mean, you try not to. I think at the end of the day, you want to go out there and try to run your own game. But, when you're coming up against Steph Gilmore and, she's probably just going to drop a 10 straight away, it's hard. You've got to stick to your guns, though.
Here is Ryan once again on the replay. He did well. He really kind of had to squeak that last turn in, really. Didn't get to drive up into it from the base of the wave.
Yeah, looking for that 5.9. I don't think it's in the vicinity just off the strength or sort of lack thereof of that final turn. Just didn't really connect. It was more placed.
There is some real quality in this sandbar at the moment. I mean, it's still providing a couple of turns and sometimes 3 moves for the competitors, and the swell's coming straight in on it. Yeah, so some real potential if it does move a little more east, as Kai Martin finds a nice little corner to rip into here. Good slice at the start of this one, sticks with it to add the extras down the line. Only trying to better a 4.07 to increase the requirement here for Geordie Lawler and Ryan Conallo.
He put that wave together quite well, didn't he? It looked nice little bowl off the takeoff, got that first carve in and backed it up. So, yeah, that one's... he might increase his scoreline here.
It's going to be tense moments for Geordie Lawler right now. You know, he's... You can see him way out the back there. He's been holding priority for about the last 7 minutes. So just searching for that wave that, you know, he's going to identify to try get that 4.58. You know, it's not a big score on his part. He can do that with his eyes closed. He just needs either 1 big section or, you know, 2 medium sections.
Laura Anavar and the North Narrabeen faithful moving to the end of their seats, chewing their fingernails at the moment.
Yeah, Geordie's right on the top of that rip at the moment.
Yeah.
Right out there off the peak. See the other competitors opting for that sort of inside section. Here's a replay, though, of Kai's wave. You can see beautiful little bowl to start off. Nice driving cut down, little snap to back it up. And he does some work on the inside here. Gets a little foam rebound to finish off.
Slick little ride there, 4.27, up the requirement just a little bit for Geordie Lawler, who's after a 4.78. Geordie loves this place, and in the next 4 minutes we're going to see if it loves him back. But Josh Monet is finding some room on a good-sized wave. Big section, he doesn't waste it. Nice big power hook there to get started, transitioning to this end bowl. Oh! And he just gets absolutely slammed there down the line. That was a real shame. You could tell he wanted to get to that final section early, but it just cupped out and absolutely dumped him.
What was interesting and heartbreaking for Geordie right there was that rip sucked him too far out. That set was coming. You could see it from a mile away.
Yeah.
Geordie thought he was in the spot, and that rip just had the wave just slide under him. So Josh, who was in second priority, was right in the spot, but he took advantage of this wave and did some massive turns. Fortunately, not being able to go down, not being able to complete that last turn, but getting a lot of work done at the start here.
Oh, it was a full rat trap, that last section. It just, the cheese was there. It was inviting him to do a big hit, but it was like
wobble.
a foamy section with a big bowl inside it.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh, he just got put in a vice and compressed.
You can see, yeah, Geordie right now moving in.
Still some good points for Josh, though, on those opening 2 hits.
Oh, you know it. 6.5, and he increases that lead in a real position of power now, and he'll just go back out there. It's just as a formality, really, to maintain a position in the lineup and just get his tail feathers up and show off, basically. Just over 2 minutes to go here. And let's dive into the Harvey Norman Heat recap. Josh, he found rhythm with the lineup and really hasn't had to bring his best performance surfing. It's just been strategically a great heat.
Yeah. Sorry, Laurie. He's put it together well, and he's kept building his scores as he's gone along.
Dotting his T's.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And this is Kai Martin, the other young Hawaiian, and he has been just surfing solid. He's got the jump on Geordie Lawler right now. He's in second place, and this was Josh Monet's last wave. Just getting 2 big solid turns in, and that little lump and...
Wow, really crossed his eyes on that one.
Yeah, he really did.
The Harvey Norman Heat recap, it was all about Josh Moniz. He's well out in front. Kai Martin's done well just to build ever so slightly on his combination of scores to hold the edge over Jordan Lawler. There's still just over a minute to go, and Geordie's out there with priority. This would be a massive save right here in a heat that he hasn't really found his best stuff. You know, he's had bigger waves than Kai Martin and Ryan Kainalo, but he just hasn't had the finishes. He started off okay on a couple of waves, but just didn't really finish them off, and that'll hurt you. 50 seconds to go here.
Yeah, stressful times. If you're a competitor, or Geordie or Ryan right now, you're just begging for something. Just give me a chance. I promise I'll surf it well if you give me a wave.
Oh, man.
Yeah, you can see that rip just blaring
that
through the
bowl on the
lineup.
inside. There was points on that.
Oh,
you know.
Rich, you know it better than anyone, surfing at your home break in a championship tour event even, and the pressure that comes with putting on a good performance at home.
Yeah, absolutely. I got the opportunity to surf in the big Manly event down there when it was a CT, and got close. Had a pretty tight heat with Kelly. Thought I actually had him, and he stole it away from me in the last 20 seconds of the heat. So there is pressure that comes with that, but you know, once you tap into it, and if you work it in the right way, it can be such an ally for you.
Well, that heat is coming to a close now, and unfortunately for Jordan Lawler and Ryan Kainalo, they're on the wrong side of the order here, finishing in 3rd and 4th place. But progressing through was Kai Martin in 2nd position, and Joshua Moniz with a strong performance. He's also moving on through to the next round. We're going to take a quick break. Stay with us, because when we return, we've got Alistair Reginato, Daniel Emsley, Dimitri Poulos and Solly Bailey out in the water.
Back at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy at beautiful Narrabeen, a classic venue for surf competition. And we got day number 1 running. Our opening round for men around the ADM Kaipo, along with Luke Kennedy for the call. Luke, we got a great heat. Alistair Reginato is actually one that's standing out to me as a name in this heat.
Well, I really think the conditions are going to suit him. He's kind of like a heavy-hitting natural footer. He has some big turns in his repertoire, and what we've seen all morning is that big two-tone combination is actually what's key. So I think, yeah, he will go in as potentially one of the favourites. Solly Bailey, also a name that many of us will be familiar with.
Yes,
obviously been on the CT and then's kind of had a bit of a journey since then.
Yeah. This is Alistair on his opening ride. This was a 5.5 for the start.
And there it is, Kaipo. That big backside hack to finish with. First turn a little soft, but definitely some points in the second manoeuvre.
Yep. 3.33 opener for second-generation professional surfer Daniel Emsley. Here we go with Daniel.
Yeah, nice clean opening turn. Just a little bit lateral on the finish and rides out, but I think he realizes the timing wasn't quite there in the maneuver.
Quick to work right here, second wave for Daniel, staying busy out there. We'll be waiting for that score to populate. Dimitri Poulos from the USA.
Really sharp, whippy style. Just on a smaller wave through the inside. So already a series of waves ridden, which has been basically the trend throughout the morning. Surfers with lots of opportunities.
Yeah, it's going to be some busy work out here with this close interval swell. Very consistent, lots of opportunities. Short paddle back out. Soli Bailey takes a right to start, and Soli throws that away. Solomon, 27 years old. You remember him from the championship tour back in 2019, where he did a full year on the CT. Wants to get back on there. Go through some replays here, starting with Dimitri.
Yeah, nice vertical backside snap. It's a little wrap back into the pocket. Wants to get the final maneuver in. Gets the completion. Most of the points are in the first turn, but certainly worth the added effort to get the extras.
Yeah, Dimitri Poulos had some success in his region, the North American region, winning the SlowCal Open over there at Pismo Beach. That was a great way to start his season. Of course, we qualify surfers through the qualifying series. We have 7 of those regions globally, and the top surfers out of those regions qualify for this Challenger Series.
Yeah, I really like the structure to the new tour, Kaipo. I think it creates great opportunities for surfers. You know, there's less economic barriers when you're competing via your region, and I think that's a real addition. One of the interesting developments of it, though, is that surfers are competing in their regions, and then they're arriving at these Challenger Series events, and sometimes they haven't really seen the competition other than on Instagram.
Yeah, it's true.
And so it's kind of like a really interesting situation when suddenly the whole world descends on a location like the Gold Coast or Narrabeen, and it's more of a melting pot again. Yeah. Whereas once upon a time, everyone traveled together more so. It's kind of changed the dynamic.
Well, a name a lot of people know because he's won the title over on the Pipe Pro is Josh Moniz. He won the last heat. We're going to get to Josh right after. We're going to see wave number 3 for Daniel Emsley. Well, now let's hear from the winner of the last heat, Josh Moniz.
Thanks, Kaipo. Yeah, Josh, you have a lot of support here. I mean, getting through such a gritty heat like that, that's got to feel good to kick off this second contest for the series for you.
Yeah, so tough out there. You don't even really know what's going on, so you're just hoping you don't get stuck out of rhythm. So I was just kind of riding waves, and yeah, it's pretty cool. You got all the groms here, got like 5 board caddies over here now, so that's pretty funny. Yeah, but stoked.
Yeah, I saw that. You've been offered 5 personal board caddies. I think you've collected all of them from North Narrabeen Board Riders Club. But, I mean, coming up against one of the local wildcards like Geordie Lawler in the water, we were just speaking about positioning out there just before we came on air, and you were saying how hard it is and how vast the playing field is once you actually get into the water.
Yeah, honestly, it feels like home when it's big, and like you go out with a plan and you're out there and you're so lost. That was a bummer for Geordie. I thought he was surfing the best in the free surfs coming up into it, so it was pretty nerve-wracking when you get the local in your heat, and he kind of threw me off because he surfed up the point, and I kind of wanted to do that, but I felt like the best ones were wide. So it was a pretty tricky heat, but yeah, stoked to squeeze through that.
Well, congratulations. First round heat win for you, and good luck going through to the next round.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, Josh Moniz on to the round of 64, and he's got some help from the Bonsoy board caddies. They'll be on site throughout competition, catching up with Alistair on his second wave. So we'll see how he did start off with a 5.5. And Soli Bailey also, the judges owe us a score for Soli.
Yeah, a good result for Josh Moniz. Disappointing for Geordie Lawler, one of the local favourites here, Kaipo, as we take a look at surfing green. Soli Bailey, big backside slash, gets the completion.
It was a 6.5 for that effort. One big turn from Soli, and he takes the lead. Still waiting for a second score for Alistair Reginato. Reginato, his backup, a 2.83. He goes into a soft lead right now.
Yeah, we saw a couple of solid scores for single manoeuvres earlier this morning from Mark Lackamau, but I feel like that might be the biggest score for a single move we've seen all day. Solly Bailey's got to be happy with that.
Yeah. Showing his polished surfing, proudly, represents the Indigenous flag proudly as well when he was on the championship tour. Long history for Solly Bailey.
You had the good fortune to do some traveling with Solly and his dad last year while he was competing in South Sumatra. You see Daniel Emsley.
Well, if one big turn earns you a number, we should be expecting something for Daniel with that last big backhand hook. Yeah. Solly again. Here we go.
This wave's got a steep pocket.
Nice snap. Doubles up on the inside. Hits it one more time. Could not have the solid footing to ride through that one. Really shallow on that finishing sandbank.
Yeah, we know how important the completion is here. I think can't help but reflect on the very controversial incomplete call on an Italo Ferreira ride here in the CT.
Right.
And the judges really made it clear right there and then what they deem is complete or incomplete. See Solly just doesn't ride clean out in front, and he'd be a little bit disappointed. There was almost a solid backup ride in that score.
Yeah, and that's really what Solly's mission is right now with that 6.5, highest single wave score in this matchup, but wants to get that backup. And he gets a decent backup, a 4-point ride for the turn that he did complete. So Solly Bailey to the lead. Last score for Daniel Emsley was a 3.8. So still needs to do some work. Solly Bailey staying busy, going right. And throws it up and away.
Yeah, as we've seen throughout the morning, surfers just electing to roll the dice, catch a lot of waves, and then hope that something sticks. You see Daniel Emsley drifting the fins. Another solid single maneuver. So already has a 3.8 in his account. Daniel, of course, the nephew of Greg Emsley, who was a member of the CT Tour for the better part of a decade, early in the 2000s. Quite a popular figure and a prominent figure on the tour. Was also part of that famous first Gotcha Pro event in Tahiti at Chopu, the very first time they went there as a major event, and cites it as sort of one of his, certainly the high points of his career, and I think Daniel would love to get there. Surfer in red, Alex Regginato throws it up aggressively.
You know, we got Richie Lovett. He's out and about. What you up to, Rich?
Yeah, thanks, Kaipo. I'm down here with the Bonsoy's local report. Just wanted to give you guys an update on some of the local legends who we're going to see in the event. We've got Dylan Moffat coming up in the next round of the men's. We've got Elise Cooper. She's from down at Manly Way, my hometown. And we've also got George Pitter, who surfed this morning, and he's through to the next round as well. So 3 local legends still going in the event. Unfortunately, we lost a couple today as well. We just lost Geordie Lawler from North Narrabeen, and we sadly lost Saxon Reba as well, another one of the Manly surfers. So let's get behind these locals. Let's make them go deep in this event and get on down here, but bring your jumpers because it's pretty cold.
It is. It's a little chilly. Just as this front moves through, and thanks for the update. Rich Lovett.
Yeah, a lot of Narrabeen support, in particular for Dylan Moffat. He's had a good run through the early part of the year. Had a wildcard appearance at Bells, got through a couple of rounds in the CT. But in terms of Narrabeen surfing, it's actually, you talk about the history. It's, so we just get back to it as we have a look at Alistair Regginato. One huge backside slash, drifts the fins. You see Dimitri Poulos backing up as well, so it's waiting for the score to drop for Alistair Regginato. He's looking for 5.01 to go to first, and there it is, gets the 5.5. That single maneuver takes him into first position. But back to the Narrabeen story, and it's actually the first decade, Kaipo, in pro surfing history that we haven't seen a Narrabeen surfer represented at the CT level. So from 1976 all the way through up until 2019, I think when Laura Anover dropped off the tour, there was more or less always a Narrabeen surfer represented somewhere on the CT. So they're desperate to have a surfer back there.
Yeah, we're going to have the Bonsoy Legends heat. We're going to have Damien Hartman, two-time world champ. Rob Bain's going to be in that heat. Tom Carroll, Laura Anover, and Pauline Metzger also going to be in that heat. So we don't know exactly when, but sometime during this event window, we'll have that Bonsoy Legends heat and celebrate some of the legends, the local legends.
Yeah, apparently Damien Hardman's in pretty good form. He wants to get one back on Bainey because Bainey beat him here in 1990 in the final. So I don't think, I was talking to Bainey this morning, and apparently there's not going to be an official result perhaps in the Legends heat, but I think Dummer will be there to make a point for sure.
He wants to have a good showing. Well, we're halfway through this heat. It's a perfect time for a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be back with the conclusion. Opening round, heat number 7. After this. Go to Apple TV Plus to check out Season 2 of Make or Break 8-episode series. First 4 document the pre-cut 2022 Championship Tour. Then the conclusion is those final 4 episodes. Shion Crawford getting some advice from Nathan Hedge, a legendary local. So getting some inside advice, and that advice, Luke, probably very valuable.
Invaluable, I would almost say. Yeah, Nathan's spent a lifetime surfing and competing at Narrabeen in every kind of event. Teams events, junior events, open events. As we see surfer in white, Dimitri Poulos, racing down the line, eyeing off a section, goes to the rotation, sticks it, and likes it. So tail high, and almost the full 360 spin.
That's going to be a breakaway score for the American surfer, and it does come in at a 6.93. That's enough to put Dimitri in second place and advancing position.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of progression throughout the day. We saw Billy Stanman in an earlier heat mix things up a little bit and use it to his advantage. Certainly saw a lot of it in the free surfing this morning, but still feel like there's scope for surfers to even lay down more with the progressive approach.
Yeah, it's actually been surprising that there hasn't been more aerial attempts today, but there's just, it's heaving water out there, isn't it, Luke?
It's heavy water, as we see Alistair Reginato favouring the surfers like Alistair, who do have those big, heavy turns that they can lay down at will. We've talked about, you know, the different elements of the criteria relative to, say, the Gold Coast, where it felt like flow and variety were really important. I feel like here that the criteria elements that suggest power and progression are kind of going to prove really critical, particularly if conditions continue like this. But I mean, the forecast suggests otherwise, Kaipo. It's looking like we're going to get more of an easterly bend in the swell as the event window goes on. Looking at some better winds early in the morning. So Nathan Hedge I spoke to this morning, and he was, you know, just saw him on screen, someone who's probably qualified to comment on a Narrabeen forecast. And he said to think that, you know, we're in for some good waves.
That is really good to hear, especially since we got a quick start. It was, you know, really 50-50 when we looked at the forecast of whether we were going to get going today. Again, we are going to close out the day with this opening round for the men, but we're chipping away at it, and so we're really setting ourselves up for some prime days up ahead in the event window.
Yeah, and we should, you know, encourage anyone who's in proximity to the event to get down here to Narrabeen and watch the live action. Obviously, it's you know, great to be watching at home and to be listening to us, but if you get the opportunity, please get down to Narrabeen. Nothing really competes with watching pro surfing live, Kaipo.
Yeah. Well, 9 minutes 45 seconds. Alistair Reginato out in the lead. Dimitri Poulos in second place. Soli Bailey needs a 4.51. And Daniel Emsley needing a big number, a 7.2. Priority with blue, with Emsley. So we'll see how he uses that priority against the rest of the field. There he is.
Yeah, he's got some decisions to make now, Kaipo. Just under 10 minutes. There's time for 2 waves, but if he's going to do it in 2 waves, he's going to have to do it relatively quickly. Didn't see the opening of Alistair's wave there.
See this rough swell here churning up the sand. Alistair may have done a little damage to his board. We'll see if he signals to the beach. Taking a look here. And yeah, so he's going to be coming in for a board change.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the in-contest busted board tally is, but there's certainly been probably 3 or 4. I think Richie Love had counted this morning in the Expression pre-surfing session. So that just gives you some indication of, you know, how heavily these waves are breaking. Churning through the lightweight craft at Narrabeen. Soli Bailey, quick in and out. Sitting in third, chasing a 4.51. Dimitri Poulos really made a kind of a breakout sort of maneuver with that rotation earlier.
Yeah, and that 6.93 I feel is almost a low score for what I saw Dimitri do. So we'll see. Maybe it was a size away, but I thought it was a pretty dynamic full rotation on the backhand.
Yeah, it can be interesting. You know, sometimes the judges have been scoring the power moves all day. Sometimes if you go to the progression, you give them something different to look at, and they can really reward you. You see Alistair Reginato, huge opening turn. Nose just pearls, but manages to ride out complete. Only really one opportunity on that wave, though. Would have loved the backup section. Still a pretty tight cluster between first and third. So we see Soli just drifts the tail. Huge single maneuver again. We saw him post a 6.5 for a similar turn earlier in the heat. I think this one's pretty close.
There's the power of Narrabeen right there. Neatly creased board.
Narrabeen causing mayhem.
And a quick one from Emsley, up and down. 7-minute mark here. Priority to white. We got some replays to go through. Here we go with Soli Bailey.
Yeah, this is kind of almost a little grower this wave. You see the big section ahead. The timing is just spot on. If he goes any earlier, the turn looks a little bit soft. If he goes any later, he's going to struggle to ride out. Just spot on timing. And it has to be for those single maneuver waves. Just the complete antithesis of the sort of surfing we were seeing on the Gold Coast, which is good. It's testing the competitors, seeing how they can handle different conditions, making sure it doesn't favour certain competitors more than others, and now we've got a predominant left-hander.
Yeah, predominant left-hander, and a lot of big numbers can come from big turns like we just saw Soli Bailey do, which he took the lead with. I use a gymnastics analogy between these two events in that, you know, snapper and the Gold Coast is like a floor routine, where it's really where how you link up the entire routine all the way down the line. To me, Narrabeen, especially today, is more like a vault, where it's only like one spectacular, maybe 2 turns to get, you know, to get your score. So it is different type of surfing, and it's interesting to see how the surfers are going to be able to, you know, adapt to what you need to do at each of the breaks, because it's very, very different.
I like the analogy, Kai, but I think it works, yeah. Certainly, and I guess the comparisons between surfing and gymnastics have become more and more relevant as years have gone by, as we see more progressive elements coming into the sport, and even surfers, you know, utilising gymnastic techniques in their training. For you know, number one, it's a really great base all-round fitness, gymnastics, and number two, it's super helpful with the aerial awareness.
Yeah, you want to be a pro surfer these days. I mean, you can do it without it, but it makes life a lot easier getting through heats if you got some pop. Just like a Gabe Medina or Felipe Toledo or Italo Ferreira. Those guys have that pop, you know, and so even if they have a lackluster wave, having that ability to turn nothing into something wins you heats.
Yeah, I've seen Italo Ferreira on the deadlifts and Gabe Medina too. There's some pretty heavy powerlifting going on in the gym to enhance and develop that pop.
Yeah, just want to make sure you're springy there. So Soli Bailey, they've been sticking to some turns, but has been getting some nice numbers. Alistair Reginato, he's also been sticking to some terms, and he's in second in advancing position. The one aerialist, Dimitri, 6.93, still sitting in that third spot, needs to get up into the top 2 to advance out of this one. 4.74 is what Dimitri needs, and he's got 4 minutes on the clock, so some numerology right there. We'll see if it works out for Dimitri.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious to think, what's he thinking right now? He's obviously got the highest single wave score of the heat by going to progression. Is he going to try and do it again? Is he confident enough, or is he just going to try and grind out the 4.93?
Harvey Norman recap. Soli Bailey throwing the tail on the backhand.
6.5 for one turn. Apparently that one was slightly better than this one. You be the judge. Maybe the wave was just slightly bigger for the first one, I think. Very similar turns, though. The judges gave the first one a 6.5, the second a 5.57.
Here goes Dimitri. Doesn't need a big score at all to turn the heat. Starts off with a snap, gets there, a little loose on the fins for the finish. Want to ride out of that whitewater, however, make sure that that's complete. And that should be the 4.74.
It's going to be right there, Kaipo. Definitely rode out, definitely got the completion. His timing is good as well. So Alistair Reginato is now going to have to think. Sitting back in third priority. He might have to wait for the score. He's going to have to get busy. A lot of chatter to deal with. Nice variation in the finishing turn. Not a big wave, not a great wave, but good variety in the maneuvers. First section, a little flabby, but definitely a big E for effort there for Dimitri Poulos. So down to the 2-minute 25 mark. Still waiting for judges to drop that score to see what it does with Dimitri Poulos. In the meantime, Alistair Reginato has to hunt down a wave just to make sure here. He's also waiting for the score. Soli Bailey sitting in second priority. He's going to utilize it. Again, big single maneuver. The formula's worked so far. Why not stick to it? He's really kind of surfing against himself in a sense with those single maneuvers. He's set the bar for them. He's set the range, so not sure that one's going to go into his top 2.
Really important score still to drop for Dimitri Poulos. Could change this heat, could change the entire complexion of this heat. Waiting for it to come through. It comes through at a 4.5. He needed a 4.74, not enough. Dimitri remains in third place. So seemed like he was on his way to that score, did not, just came under, and that's a heartbreak number for the surfer.
He's going to have another shot at it here, Kaipo. Wave not delivering. You can see the frustration in Dimitri's body language. Out the back, Daniel Emsley. It's on a wild-looking ride. Goes to the rotation. Body language tells the story.
So under a minute remaining, and it looks like that's going to be it for Daniel Emsley. Dimitri Poulos just searching for anything down the beach.
Alistair Reginato is going to chase him around the lineup now. He's in first priority. And he should by now realize that Dimitri Poulos is his major threat in this final 30 seconds. You can see Dimitri doing his best to scramble away from Alistair. Meanwhile, Alistair's just having a look at the wave, trying to improve on his situation. Maybe reasoning that perhaps that was a utilization of priority. One last look at it. Dimitri Poulos with 2 seconds to go. Swings high at the lip. Halfway through the rotation, but no completion. Well, great effort from Dimitri Poulos. Unlucky, valiant in defeat. Brought the progression, but didn't quite get the result. Looks like Solly Bailey and Alistair Reginato will progress.
There's the numbers, and that's a wrap for Heat 7 of the opening round. Final heat of the opening round coming your way. We're going to take a break. We'll step back, and when we return, final heat, opening round here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of the WSL Australia. By Destination New South Wales, official strategic sponsor of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. By Harvey Norman, official lifestyle destination of the WSL Australia. And by Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of the WSL Australia.
Here we are, back. Saltwater pools, beautiful headland, excellent waves, all the site of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Final heat of the opening round for the men out in the water with Daiki Tanaka from Japan, Shion Crawford, Haleiwa, Hawaii, Brody Sale from Kailua Kona on the Hawaii island, and from San Clemente out in the green jersey, Taj Limblad. So I'm Kaipo along with Luke Kennedy. This is a great heat right here. And this is a really stacked, talented heat with a lot of young surfers to show their wares.
Yeah, that's straight off the mark. Brody Sale. I wrote him off, Kaipo. I thought he was gone. And then he just emerged from the whitewater. Full Houdini act off the end.
6.17 is the score for Brody Sale.
I think that's almost as good as, if that was just the one move, I think Solly Bailey was a 6.5 for a single move. 6.17's going close. So the judges making it clear they're happy to throw down big scores just for that one big knockout blow.
Yeah, Brody Sale, 20 years old, coming from Kailua Kona on Hawaii Island, the big island. Here we go with Taj Lindblad. Lindblad, older brother of Sawyer Lindblad. Sawyer, our runner-up and currently number 2 in the Challenger Series rankings. So big brother Taj wants to get the job done over here at Narrabeen. We'll see how he goes.
I wonder how much they chat during events. We've seen it with the Wright family. It's a really kind of interactive family approach to events, whether Taj and Sawyer have that kind of feeding off one another type scenario.
They definitely support each other, and they're just really, you know, still pretty young. I mean, Sawyer's 17 years old, Taj just 20 years old.
Yep.
Just excitable kids, and just coming from that. I mean, they're gaining momentum. This 2% crew out of San Clemente. It looks like we have a movement coming now from Southern California there. Brody Sale on his second wave, stabs the lip, no problem. And again, solid footing by the surfer from Banyans to go complete there. So he's going to take an early lead and apply a lot of pressure on the rest of the field.
Have we worked out what the 2% stands for the 2% crew?
It's like, I don't know if it's like skim milk or not full cream or whatever, but I'm not really going to tell. Kalohe and Dino invented it, right? And, and he hasn't even told a lot of the guys who are in 2% exactly what 2%
well, there's a couple of variations on it. So there's, I guess, not that they've mentioned, but here we go. Brody Sale. Single maneuver. Lands it. Rides out. Little head shake claim. Little shaggy dog claim. And he's done.
Yeah, Brody's, you know, really with what his standings have been, has underperformed in competition to the skill level that this young man has. Because when he starts putting it together in heats, because he's already got incredible surfing, and we've seen this kid come up, you know, under the wing of Shane Dorian from a very young age, and then Kelly Slater put him on Slater design boards. But his surfing is exceptional in a variety of conditions.
You see Daiki Tanaka comes off second best with the lip in that encounter. But yeah, Brody, I've had the good fortune to travel with Brody through Indonesia, and he's a very animated, excitable guy. Good fun to travel with, phenomenal surfer, and he also whipped me on the ping pong table a couple of times, Kaipo.
Lindblad. Make it 2 hooks on the backhand. That's solid surfing right there. That's going to get Taj right in the game.
Kind of seeing shades of Brad Gerlach with Taj Lindblad. I don't know why. Something in the stance.
Wave key. The Ger. All right, so we're waiting for the scores to set the heat and the situation out in the water. Brody Sale out to an early lead. Take a look at some replays. Taj Lindblad.
Swings low off the bottom, redirects out of the lip, drifts the tail for the second turn, and gets a little foam climb completion. And you can hear the cheers from the beach. That must be the 2%ers going off on the shores of Narrabeen.
Yeah, a lot of whistling going on, and a slow motion dissection here of the backhand approach for Taj Lindblad.
So I know the 1%ers were the 1% of motorcycle riders that were outlaws. That was the original 1% concept that was kind of made famous in the 60s. And then there was the 2%, that the 2% of people that decide to be happy, apparently. But whether or not that's got anything to do with the San Clemente crew, I'm not sure. We'll have to try and corner Kalohe and Dino later in the, or Griffin.
We want answers. We want answers, Kalohe. Yeah, we'll see Andino in competition here. Those guys, actually, that crew had a nice, fun competition along with the local board riders club over here and surfing New South Wales the day before comp or 2 days before the comp.
So
Just-
internal.
Yeah, they had a little makeshift. They had jerseys and everything. A lot of the Groms got involved. It was pretty inspirational. Here we go with Taj. And hooking turns on the backhand will give him a backup score and get rid of that fractional 0.43 that he's holding on to right now. Holding on to priority, sitting patiently in deepest in the blue jersey, Shion Crawford.
Yeah, he's been very quiet. I mean, from a young age, Shion was always talked about as, you know, the 15-year-old who surfed like a grown man. I'm not even sure how old Shion is now.
He just made 18 in March.
Yep.
So he's still, you know, really at the beginning of his professional career. He's still got a couple of years in the Pro Juniors. He's definitely a weapon on the North Shore at places like Pipeline and Haleiwa, where he's had success. So, yeah, see how he applies it to North Narrabeen.
Yeah, I feel like the waves today actually suit some of the Hawaiian surfers. We saw Josh Manise perform really well. It's kind of,
I mean, it's powerful out there.
It's powerful, it's heavy water. A lot of the time on the North Shore, you got, you know, a lot of surfing gets done in like cross onshore days at, you know, the beach park or Haleiwa. A lot of surfing goes down in somewhat similar conditions.
Soli Bailey won the last heat. Let's hear from Soli.
Yeah, he did. Thank you, Kaipo. Soli, you were just saying and expressing how tricky the conditions are out there. What was it that you saw that put you apart from the rest of the pack?
Honestly, it was just, I kind of couldn't even read it on the beach. I was just knew I just had to go out there and start feeling it out. As soon as I got that one score for the one turn, I just went, all right, like, it was just going to be a simple, like, try and find one big turn and hit it and land it, because it was pretty solid low tide dumping. So, yeah, it's tricky conditions for sure.
And in the mindset for you, I mean, you've been at the top level for so long and you're so accustomed to this kind of atmosphere. What is the prep like for you coming into day one of competition like this? Like, what's the last song you listen to before you go out, or what's the whole prep?
Yeah, you know, I think it's these days, like you said, I am pretty accustomed to it, and it's really relaxing now. Like, I'm kind of okay with however it goes, and I'm just enjoying getting to surf a heat. I haven't really I didn't make this year, so I'm not going to be chasing it too hard, and yeah, just making the most of heat by heat and just having fun with it all.
Yeah, you are such an enjoyable surfer to watch. It's such a pleasure for us, you know, as spectators to see you perform. I'm sure there's plenty of people tuning in from home as well. Byron Bay, the rest of the crew, you guys have been a pretty strong club throughout this year already. You'd like to say hello?
Yeah, thank you very much for the kind words. And yeah, we've been we smashed the club event this year, the major nationals, and yeah, it's just cool to be competing and representing everyone that supports me and has supported my journey. Thanks, guys.
Soli Bailey on to the round of 64.
You see Daiki Tanaka up and riding. Slashes back into the pocket. Almost an under the lip snap to finish, but won't be a wave of consequence.
Brody Sale here, and Brody with the lead. Wants a better 5-point ride, still looking very sharp and quick on that Slater design board. Here we go with Taj Lindblad. Taj finds an awkward corner, has to punch out of there with no opportunity out in front of him. Also during that interview, Shion Crawford caught a wave, so we'll be waiting for the score for Shion.
Yeah.
This is what happened.
Yeah, just ducks around that lip, tosses it up into it, changes direction with the second turn, and you know it's going to be a solid keeper.
Daiki here.
Slashes back inside, heavy section in front, looks for the underlip snap, but elects to pull out.
I feel like it's time for a Bonsoy brew break, don't you?
Yeah,
let's do
I'm
it.
Ready.
We'll be right back with the conclusion of the final heat of the day right after this. Oh, man, so much to get foamed up about, get frothed up about. What am I frothing about? I'm frothing about we got going the first day of the waiting period, and that is froth-worthy. We got a great forecast coming up, too, for the rest of the schedule, so that's even more froth piled on top of that first layer of frothing with Bonsoy. Forecast looks good. Some froth out in the water right there, Luke.
Yeah, completely. It's been pretty frothy all day, actually, but surfers have handled it extremely well. As we see Taj Lindblad blasts out of the lip, lets us know that the completion was there. There's the 2%ers. Great to see them hanging around on the beach for what will be the last heat of the day, cheering on their boy Taj Lindblad, the 2%ers. It's kind of, you know, it is a bit cold and windy, as you can see down there.
That's commitment. There's his little sister Sawyer.
Yeah.
Just sheltered herself. But I like San Clemente bringing out the forces and, you know, and that kind of emotional support, Luke, that goes a long way.
Completely. And as we take a look at the replay, really committed closeout lip bash with a lip line float to finish. And I think it's going to score reasonably well. It's going to, Taj is in second at the moment.
Yeah, he just strengthened his position with a 5.13 that just dropped, so he's in a solid second place. Shion Crawford's got a little bit of work to do, needs a 5.54 to get into that second position, because Shion did get a 5.27 on his opening effort. Daiki Tanaka needs a little bit more, needs a 7.8. Maybe this is the start of his momentum. A couple of quick lip glides there, so Tanaka probably his best wave ridden so far.
Yeah, it's not going to be the 7.8, but it's going to put him right back in the heat. Still fairly clustered here, Kaipo. No one's really made a claim for it.
Daiki
slashes with the opening maneuver, drags that backhand, lines up the end section and bashes the lip to finish and makes sure of the completion. Shion Crawford still being probably the most patient out of anyone in this heat. That 5.27 put him right back into the equation. But you were talking about, yeah, the emotional support. Well, let's see.
Brody, huge hook off the backhand, just one turn, but that bowled out section, steep and doubled up, and Brody attacked that. So we'll see if he betters his 5-point backup. I believe, feels to me that he should. What do you think, Luke?
I think it'll go there, yeah. I think he's going to go into his top two. See Shion Crawford racing down the line. This one's got a little more run on it. Hooks it up into the lip. Still more work to be done. Well, manufactured a great second turn from what was a difficult wave there, Kaipo.
Taj Lindblad here, live action. Cuts it short on the first turn, punches out as that wave closes out. 12 minutes and 40 seconds counting down. Scores owed to us by the judges to set the situation. Will we see a shifting in position? Starting with this one, Brody Sale.
Massive section, huge slash, throws a lot of spray. Again, it's all about the timing. He's got to get in early enough before he gets swallowed by the lip, but not so early that he doesn't make it look critical.
Shion Crawford had to get around this section.
Yeah, I thought this one was going to shut down, but gets a good jam up into the lip and finishes strongly.
So, waiting for those scores, and whatever Brody's selling, the judges are buying, because he just got a 6.6 for one turn, and Brody Sale has increased his lead over the rest of the field. Still waiting for a score for Shion Crawford. Does Shion take second? He needs a 5.54 or better at the moment.
Yeah, still waiting for that score to drop. I think Brody just trumped Solly Bailey's 6.5 as the best single maneuver in recent heats. He's looking towards the judges.
4.1 for Crawford, not enough. Crawford remains in third place, still chasing a 5.54.
But yeah, every time Taj Lindblad takes off, you can hear the cheers through our broadcast, and you kind of feel like something's happening, like something important is about to go down. It does have an effect.
Yeah, the crew's been hanging it tough throughout the entire Australian leg, the 2% crew out of San Clemente, California, headed up by brother, who's the godfather of the 2%ers.
The godfather. Who's going to take down the godfather? Yeah, I feel like the way that the structure of the regional series is actually, because people are competing together in their own backyards, they kind of, it's like you versus me, but then it's you and me versus the rest of the world.
Yeah.
And it's kind of amplifying the little posses that form.
Well, you folks have had the surf club thing going on over here for decades. And that's been very helpful. And only recently now in America, especially on the West Coast, they've had the West Coast board riders competitions where they have all the different towns have their board riders clubs now, and they have, you know, town-on-town competitions now.
Yeah, it's starting to take off.
Yeah, there it is. Look, he lost the beard, but he's still the godfather of the 2%ers.
Yeah, this is throwback Kolohe right now. And it's good to see him down there. Like, he's not surfing today, but he's down there in the trenches with the crew.
Yeah, Crosby Colapinto up by his side, also supporting Taj. Taj making them proud so far in that second place and advancing position.
And it can be you know, it can be those 6 guys or girls on the beach can be the difference to getting over the line.
We saw it, we've seen it, you know, it's similar energy for nearly a decade now with the Brazilian Storm that really came to get glued together after Gabe Medina's first world title in 2014. Here we go, Shion Crawford on the right. Attacks that, and that could be, I mean, that was a big single turn. The number that he needs is just a mid-range score, Luke. What do you think?
If he gets given the completion, I think he does. I think it was pretty clear. I think it's right there. You know, they're going to be going back and they're going to be looking at Brody Sale's scores. His 6.6 was one maneuver, so they'll put that on the replay, play them side by side, as we will here. So it's a right-hander. We haven't seen many big scores on the rights. Big, steep section, fully committed, lots of control, nice variation on the angle of attack.
Yeah, I want to watch this in slow motion, though. I want to make sure that he gets the actual... You know how the judges can be picky about the completion right there?
Yeah, I think maybe not. I think it's in the...
You know what? Yeah. They're not going to give it to him.
Yeah, it's gone the way of Italo Ferreira. There it is.
Yeah, they are
Narrabeen curse.
Wow. Yeah, 1.21. So clearly the judges deemed that maneuver as an incomplete maneuver. And that's going to be another one worthy of a conversation. That's at least, wow.
Well, I think Shion Crawford's maybe having a conversation with himself right now going, could I have done something different?
Sold it a little more.
Yeah, or could I have just made sure of it somehow.
Yeah.
Earlier. I think it doesn't matter. The longer you leave it, the worse. If you're only out in front for like a split second, I think that's okay as long as you get out in front.
Yeah.
But the longer you're kind of hovering, the worse things get, the momentum goes.
Yeah, so that's a tough break for Shion.
The maneuver was right there, though.
So he just needs to replicate that and make sure he rides out for that finish.
They're never going to tell us what they would have given him.
No.
We're not going to see that. Daiki Tanaka trying to work his way back into this heat. Aerial view. Slashes at the lip. Only the one maneuver. We'll have to look at it from the other angle to see if it's up there with the single maneuvers of Brody Sale. He's powering back to the lineup. He knows he's got more work to do.
Take a look at it here.
Here it is. Eyeing up the section down the line. Throws everything at it. Gets lost in the lip on the way down. Yeah, it's kind of right up there. I love the way at the last second he just tweaks the board a little bit so that it goes slightly more vertical. Was looking lateral on approach and then he just tweaks the backhand. Board goes a bit more vert. Looks more dramatic.
Yeah, he got a 4.87 for that single maneuver. Still in fourth place, needing a 5.93 at the moment. So Brody Sale in control right now, but it will be a battle for second and advancing position. Brody Sale with heat control. He's got a big lead as well as he's got first priority.
Yeah, I mean, I don't feel like anyone's completely secure with, you know, a pair of sixes. It's 6.5. It's solid for Brody, but he's got to play the game. He's got priority. He should be able to micromanage his way home from here.
Yeah. I mean, I just call that heat control just because he's in control of the tempo and what happens in this heat, having that priority and the lead. Taj.
Fading on takeoff. I love that bottom hand turn. Slashes at the lip. Climbs the foam. Little head flick to exit. Drawing the applause. Once again, a little bit of...
I don't think he wrote out of that.
A little bit of ambiguity.
Cade Madson's trying to sell that one to the camera right there. The rest of the 2%ers not clapping, but Cade's just like, I'm going to try to sell it.
There's the unofficial judging panel right there. But yeah, the incompletion perhaps at the end. So, you know, Taj, he's rolled the dice there. He's looking to improve on the 5-1-3. Is it going to do it? He's trying to put some distance between him and Shion Crawford, who had the opportunity. Still plenty of time left, though, for Shion, who's comfortable being patient.
There
He's not chasing down everything. He knows what he's looking for.
Harvey Norman recap here. Brody Sale cruising to the lip and appearing out of the white water. Taj Lindblad, his effort's been good enough for second and advancing at the moment. Brody Sale here. Judges bought this. Wow. 6.6 for the one turn.
I love that low slung bottom turn of Taj Lindblad. It's very distinctive. And yeah, I mean, as I said, shades of Brad Gerlach in the approach. So down to 4 minutes. And the battle for second place is well and truly on. Shion Crawford has been extremely patient, sitting with second priority. So you kind of feel like is Brody going to let him go?
Probably not if it's a good one. We'll see.
What sort of wave is he willing to let him have, I guess, is the question.
I mean, Shion just needs that mid-range score, so see how this plays out.
A little bit of movement towards the south bank here. Daiki Tanaka says, no, that's not the wave that's going to get me to 5.93. Down to the last 3 minutes of competition for the day. Will we see another dramatic finish? We saw Sheldon Paishon clutch a last-second victory earlier on in the day. Can another Hawaiian surfer do it here, Kaipo?
We'll see, but this is not the end of the day. We got the WSL post show right after this, where Ronnie and Laura and Stace will talk you through day one action here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Again, WSL post show right after the conclusion of this heat. Stick around for that. 2 minutes, 30 seconds, and it is tense times for both Daiki Tanaka as well as Shion Crawford. Shion with the easiest road right now to advance out of this heat. He's at 5.54. He has second priority. So as long as he's away from Brody Sale and a wave comes through, he's going to have that opportunity. He just needs that wave.
Yeah, I see patience. I don't see any panic from Shion at this point.
Brody Sale, he's good. Yeah, at the 2 minutes, so Brody's going to make it through. It's just going to be who is going to be joining Brody Sale.
Daiki Tanaka looks towards the southern end of the peak. You see that wave reeling off there. Probably had some scoring potential. Was perhaps just a shade too deep for the takeoff. It's getting down to the point now where you've really got to roll the dice on whatever comes through and try to manufacture the score. Question becomes, have you got the maneuver in your repertoire that can do it with a single turn?
Here we go on the paddle. Will Brody use his priority? And he sure will. So here we go. Leader Brody Sale.
He's kind of in cruise mode here. I think he realizes, throws it up for a finishing maneuver. Makes a point of riding out clean.
Just over 1 minute remaining.
It's not going to change the situation for us. We really want to see one more exchange in this last minute. Three surfers well within striking distance of that second place position, which progresses. Brody just stuck in cruise mode in the opening maneuver. Strong finish. Unlike Xion, emerges clearly from the whitewater. You see that distinctive logo of the KS design. Brody's wrapped it up, 30 seconds to go. He's made his way in. Last roll of the dice, Xion Crawford gets caught behind, and I think that's just about it, Kaipo.
That should be it, yeah. Down to just 15 seconds. And the results are glaring right now. It will be Brody Sale moving through, as well as Taj Lindblad. 5 seconds to go to make it official. Xion Crawford on his frothy inside one. That's not going to have the scoring potential for Crawford. And that's going to be the heat.
Brody Sale is cheering. The 2%ers are cheering for Taj Lindblad, who holds on to second place and progresses through to the next round.
There's all the numbers, and that's the last heat of the opening round, but the action is not over. We're going to take a break. When we come back, WSL Poke Show will be right here on the Harvey Norman host set.
Welcome to the WSL Post Show here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Here on the Harvey Norman host set, Ronnie Blakey sitting us alongside Laura Enova and Stace Galbraith also joining us to run through today's highlights and big stories. And yeah, I guess the big story was getting the competition underway on the opening day of the window, Laura. Very exciting for all you local folk.
So exciting on this beautiful Wednesday. We weren't sure what we were going to get when we turned up this morning. We thought that wind was meant to be here when we woke up, and then it wasn't, and then came late to the party. But all the surfers competing out there today did an excellent job, absolutely excellent job, and showed some incredible surfing.
Yeah, definitely. We got a bit sandbagged at the start of the day. We kind of got tempted, but the wind did eventually come, Ron.
Yeah.
It did, yeah, and we knew it was going to be challenging, but there was lots of opportunity, which is, I think, all anyone can ask for in surfing heats. Everyone's out there in the same conditions. You just want to get some reps up and get the opportunity to dig into some big turns, and we saw that. I think some people in the competition, especially some of the old dogs, their tails got wagging this morning just in anticipation of having an advantage to lay down some big power turns against some of the less experienced rivals that they came up against. And for me, Mark Lackamere was one of those surfers.
Absolutely. I canvassed the area this morning. It was a genuine 50-50 about who was keen to run or not, but no doubt in Mark Lackamere's mind, he was fired up to get out there. And as you can see here, absolutely ripping, Laura.
Yeah, Mark, just such a power surfer going up against these younger crew, and just solid on his feet. Seems stoked to be back here, and he's got so much experience, and when the waves get bigger, he is solid.
Yeah, Aiden Masonkamp surfed really well up at Snapper Rocks. It looks like he's got some form on the backhand too.
Yeah, definitely. Coming from the west coast of South Africa, plenty of raw energy over there, and it was a good day for him.
Yeah, but Mark Lackamere, I think this new regional qualifying series into the Challenger Series will really suit and reinvigorate someone like him. He put up really solid scores today. Said he felt right at home. There was a chill in the air. There was plenty of punch in the lineup, and he delivered a couple of big hits.
Just the baguette's not as good.
I had a pretty banging Crozzy this morning.
No, they are good.
We just saw the last heat of the day unfolding, and it was a really close one. We're going to get caught up with the winner of the last heat with Jess Grimwood.
Thanks, Ronnie. Yeah, Brodie Sale, congratulations. A great heat win for you. You're an alternate coming into the first two events here for the Challenger Series. What have been the learnings so far for you?
Yeah, I was just stoked to get in and get the opportunity to be on the big stage and try and do my best surfing.
And you're working with Coach Matt Myers here. You were just telling me a little bit about that before the cameras. Talk to us about what that transition is like, coaching at this level of competition.
Yeah, last year I never coached with anyone, so I remember walking away from last year and I was like, if I were to get back on the Challenger Series, I'd want to have someone in my corner, just extra opinion, extra set of eyes, and yeah, it's been really good. I lost early in that last event. I made a little mistake at the end, but heat structure-wise, all my heats so far in Oz, I felt really confident and good, so yeah.
Well, congratulations. It's a great way to end the first day for you, and good luck going on to the next round.
Thank you. Psyching.
Yeah, cheers, Jess. He looked good. Brodie Sale, great surfer, comes from Kona, came up under the watchful eye of Shane Dorian, but working with Matty Myers here, probably a good move. Matty had some success during the Australian leg of the Challengers last year, Stace.
Yeah, he basically didn't walk away with a semi-final or better result from his whole team last year. Obviously, Rio Wider went back-to-back, but he had plenty of other crew on the program that did really well as well, and I think an important point there is having a coach when you lose is actually probably more important than when you're winning, because it's that downtime that Matt can keep him busy and structured in between events.
I love that. Really good point. We're going to have a look at another heat which featured one of the veteran campaigners trying to crack the code to get themselves onto the championship tour. Josh Moniz. He's had a big road back from injury, but really starting to click and looks super confident out there, Stace.
Yeah, absolutely. And what an injury it was. It's stoked to just see him back in the water for one, and then surfing this good is, it's the cherry on top. But it was a great heat here. This wave was one of the better waves that broke all day. And unfortunately for Geordie Lawler, the local boy, he wasn't on it.
Yeah, Kai Martin hanging on to that second place there. But yeah, this is, the kind of surfing that's always going to fetch you solid scores. He wasn't able to finish this right off, Laura, but I loved where he was heading with this one.
Yeah, that was one of the waves of the day as well. And unfortunately, Geordie with priority was just slightly too far out, and with priority. So unfortunate to see our local boy out. Geordie, good luck in the rest of the year. But Moniz and Martin,
they're getting it done and moving on through into those seeded rounds. I can't wait to see how those matchups come together. Of course, you'll be able to check that out now on worldsurfleague.com. Let's move right now into, though, what was one of the highlight moments of the day, the Boost Mobile wave of the day. And we saw a nice progressive approach there from Kiwi Billy Stammen.
He would have been eyeing off this event. As soon as he qualified for the Challenger Series, Billy, coming from Raglan, has got one of the best backhands in the world, and this is why he's got that turn on lock, and the judges absolutely loved it. This was the highest heat score single wave of the day.
So good if you have a trademark manoeuvre that not a lot of people can attempt, that you have a great strike rate with, and Billy's going to do those all day.
Yeah, absolutely. And in conditions like that, I was surprised to see him pull it off. There was like a lot of water moving around and pretty big and lumpy conditions. So he's only going to be more lethal as the conditions tame up throughout the rest of this week.
Yeah, he got a 7.87 for that one. I think we can expect some similar numbers from him as he makes his way through the draw here. But let's dive into our top 5 moments. And, well, there was plenty of beatdowns, but plenty of aggressive approaches on the end sections of these waves. Guillermo Sat, the Chilean, really copped a tough knock here.
bottom 5 for sure. But, yeah, he dusted it off and was straight back out there. Unfortunately, didn't make it through that heat.
And then going to number 4, Kian Martin, representing Sweden, but grew up in Bali. And he had a fantastic heat, busted aboard, still got out there and dominated.
Yeah, absolutely. Himself and Dimitri Poulos both had fantastic backside airs today. Their technique is just flawless.
Well, everyone loves the story of Sheldon Paishon, and he is going to keep that story rolling through the contest here, saving himself in the final stages.
Oh, wasn't that just so exciting? Sheldon, he didn't have priority and somehow snuck a wave and got the 4.83, whatever he needed. So it was pretty amazing stuff.
We're seeing this next generation of newcomers to the Challenger Series stepping up. In the first heat of the day, it was Manly's George Pitta getting the job done with a big hit on the end section there, Stace.
If that's not excellent surfing, I don't know what is. Give the kid the score. Beautiful, beautiful combinations of backside turns. And Rich made the comment on the live call that he was loving how tight he was in the pocket. I kind of think he'll look to amend that the next couple of days. He's getting a bit hung up there in the wind, I thought, but did fantastic on the 7.5.
Oh, I love it. At number 1, though, it was Billy Stammen. I mean, you want to see those big highlight manoeuvres. Billy thread them together and really just made himself at home here at North Narrabeen.
He really did, and this will be one of the highlight turns of the event, I feel like, by the time we get there to the end next week. He's got these turns on lock, and I can't wait to see him pull them out of his bag of tricks the next week.
Yeah, that was impressive stuff, worthy of that number 1 place in our top 5 moments. But guys, it's been a fun opening day. I think we'll give ourselves an early mark now so we can go and enjoy everything the Northern Beaches has to offer. Stacey, you got the family in town.
Yeah, we might come up and see you, Ron.
Yeah.
Up to Shorties.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, up to Avalon, up to Shorties. We'll have a good time. Laura, what are your plans this afternoon?
Oh, take Ziggy for a walk and... I don't know, maybe go do some parties.
Is that your boyfriend?
Ziggy's the dog, just going to...
Oh, perfect. Yeah, big shout out to Jake, who's a DJ in this area. We're going to leave you with highlights. We'll be back here tomorrow morning to potentially get the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, back underway. Good morning, coming to you live from North Narrabeen. This is the second stop on the Challenger Series.
I woke up this morning with a split in my head. I wish I could take back the things that I said. I tell you I'm sorry, but it don't change.
George Pitta just hanging on for a finish.
It's a long, baby, it's a long way to fall. It's a long way to fall.
That was squared up.
He's all right.
Baby, would you forgive me? I'm begging.
This is going to come in very close.
He has turned the heat.
From Raglan, what a finish.
Oh, 'cause losing you, baby, is just too far to fall. Yeah, baby, it's a long, baby, it's a long way
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.